Alright, let's do this. Hi guys. A wine. They didn't have my usual wine, so I've got some Californian Chardonnay. Hi to everybody that's here. Hi Gildan. Hi Steps. Hi Andy. Hi Colt. Sakrak. Colt. Oh, I said Colt. Hi Amak. Inlao. Cool. Oh, you got a demo. Oh, cool. Hey, I'll have to share that. Maybe we can share it on the stream later on. Feeling a lot better now, so... Oh, it's for a demo comp. Okay. Maybe you should wait till after that then. Oh, that's quite nice actually. I like that one. Don't know why the suggestions room wasn't working the other night, but loaded it up now and I can see Andy's message from the other night. Text really small. Yep, I'll zoom that up. I was just looking through the list of game titles. I think I'm just going to pick 4 out of this and then put it to the vote. I think that's probably the easiest way. I just don't have time to mess around with multiple votes. I'm going to pick 4 out of this at some point and then put a vote on it this week, maybe. Or I might wait till we've got a bit more gameplay in place. Show it with the video as well. Okay, so tonight what I wanted to do was start looking at the enemy routines. I want to do things in a particular way, which I hope you guys will find useful. Did Ian suggest Sweetwolf? Probably, yeah. Probably. Oh, I've updated the intro as well, so there's now a little kind of sun and a moon reflected in the water as well. So I'll upload the code for that as well at the end. Need connector flu bits. Did I just connect? Oh, it did. Okay. Right, 7 remote files. Yeah. Let's refresh this. Would it be possible to change the colour of the skin in Popeye 80? And thank you for the bits as well. Hi P Passy, welcome to the stream. It probably would. If it's a Commodore game, I can probably do that at some point. But tonight we're doing game development rather than dissections. But tonight we're working on the game that we've been working on stream over the past... Well, this is episode 12, so it will be about 3 months now. So let's have a look where we got to. So the last time we spent the time just tidying the game up a little bit so far, fixing collision problems. There were some problems with jumping up against the wall, making the jump up through the platforms a bit better. I was thinking today as well actually that as you jump up through the platforms, there is a bit of sideways collision as you go through the top, so that it kind of feels a little bit off. But I think we'll work on that at a later date. It may be if you're jumping, you can move sideways through colorable platforms, just so that it doesn't stop you as you do. You'll see as I jump, it kind of stops and I move vertically instead of horizontally at the same time. Hi Aquavin, sneaks into lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better this. Although, saying that, I'm not going to be doing a stream on Thursday, this Thursday. I do have a hospital appointment. Hopefully everything will be fine and I'll be back on Saturday, but I'm not entirely, I can't commit to that at the moment because I have to go in on Thursday and I have to go in on Saturday. And depending on whether they give me any drugs on Saturday, I may not be fit to stream Saturday night, so we shall see. I definitely won't be fit to stream on Thursday night. Anyway, that's the boring stuff over. So yeah, so we've got our little guys throwing animated stuff around. We did some effort to kind of mask against the platforms. Thank you, Cole. Yeah, it's I've been quite lucky actually. I've not had to do very much in the terms of hospital visits, but when I was ill last week, it's kind of proven to be a little bit more than a standard stomachache. So I've got to go in and have some tests. It's not looking forward to it, to be honest, but yeah, thanks, Andy. Better safe than sorry, isn't it? Wow, that is really good wine. I've finished my first glass already. It's going to be one of those nights. I have got 2 bottles as well. It's going to be a heavy night. I can tell already. Okay, so what I want to do tonight, I want to create an enemy system. So to recap on how we're going to do the enemies, we're going to have 5 enemies on screen at any one time. They're probably going to spawn in from these pipes. Unsure exactly how we're going to do that at the moment. 1 eye or 2. It'll probably be 1 eye by the end of the night, I think, if I'm drinking that fast. Yeah, so there's going to be 5 enemies on screen. They're probably going to spawn in these pipes or some other method for spawning. I think these pipes are probably fine. And then once you've killed an enemy, it will get replaced by another enemy until the queue of enemies for that level will disappear. So tonight what I want to do is create the basics of an enemy behavior system. So we're gonna have there'll be 5 data stores, 1 for each enemy. You'll be able to spawn 1 on screen. And then once it's spawned, we're going to give them behaviours. So I'm going to use a pattern that I'm using at the moment in .cosmos 2. I find it really useful and very easy to write enemy behaviours that are very different and have them all triggered by the same system. So enemies will have like an on-spawn behaviour, an on-stun behaviour, an on-death behaviour. And then a standard update loop behavior, which will get called every frame, as well as having the data that each enemy will store. So the data will be the enemy type, so there'll be a number relating to the enemy, and then there will be well, it's up to the enemy behaviors themselves. So now a player move across left a little, jump over and get stuck inside the platform. Okay, let's try that. Oh, I can't do it. I'm not seeing that. Yeah, make sure you have got the latest code, because we did tweak around a little bit with these. I think I've just connected to Bluebits. No, the GitHub files shouldn't have changed. Let me do a full commit to GitHub, and then you've got the latest, just to make sure. I'm pretty sure everything is there. Yeah, I mean the only things I've got here now are the new stream things, so I won't bother committing them at the moment. Maybe my platform lower, no idea why. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be okay at the moment. I was worried what would happen if the platforms were different heights. So we'll do a lot of testing with that as well. So the way I'm thinking the level data is going to work is let's create a new file, because we're going to need enemies anyway. So let's create a folder. Let's call it enemies. Did that create a folder? Sometimes get this where it doesn't refresh the folder straight away. Create a new file. We'll call this enemies. So the way I'm envisaging a level is we'll have any number of level layouts depending on how much room we've got, and they're not going to be, well, they may not be directly tied to the level number. So it may be that we have 16 different level layouts. But we may have 100 levels, and so the reason for this is because I think we should have lots of levels, but if we start having a tile map for every single one, we're going to run out of space on 16K pretty quickly. I think we can probably get about 32 templates in before we start running out of room. On .cosmos 1 it was 16K, and I managed to get, with 2x2 tiles, similar size maps, I think I got it to about 47 screens, I think, and that was with quite a lot of other extra stuff in there as well. So I think if we do 32, that will give us plenty of room for other stuff as well. So a level will look like this. So this is the level data. So the first byte will be a map number, so a map template number, if you like. And then there may be, in fact, I'm not going to put how many bytes it is. I'm just gonna make a list of what's there. Then I think there'll be a list of colors, so background color, multicolor, etc. So we can use the same templates with different, slightly different colored backgrounds. It could even be that we have background levels made of 2 layers. So we have a background, which would be everything that's not the platforms. So it would be things like, I don't include the pipes in this because the pipes have a function. So any non-functional stuff, so things like the lollipop, the 2 lollipops and the clouds and stuff. We may have like 4 backgrounds. So let's say background template as well. And so a level will be a background with a map printed on top of it and some colors that define those things. And then there will be, really simply, spawn points for players. Spawn points for enemies. This one, I'll put a star next to it, could be inferred. So it could be that because we have these pipes, these automatically define where the spawn points are. And if we are using pipes, we're going to need at least 5 for a level, because when the level starts, they're going to have to be one in each pipe. And then basically a list of enemies. And this list of enemies will just be single digits. Referring to an enemy type. So there could be multiple enemy types using the same sprite. So for instance, there might be an enemy that only takes 1 hit. Say we've only got 1 enemy sprite. Using that 1 enemy sprite, we could have an enemy that takes 1 hit and scores 10 points, or an enemy that's a slightly different color, same sprite, different color, takes 3 hits and scores 100 points. So the enemy list will just be a list of numbers referencing these enemies, and that's pretty much it. And the list of enemies when the level starts, it will pick the first 5 off the front of the list, spawn those. Then every time one dies, the next one on the list comes along. So you always get the same enemies in the same order, which will make it kind of predictable. You want it a little bit predictable so people can learn the levels. And the list of enemies can be any length, really. It could just be 5 enemies, or it could be 100 enemies, and it will just keep going through the list until it gets to the end. And when it gets to the end, it will show the door which is another point. So spawn point for the door. Oh, and switch, because we need the switch as well. So I think that's kind of what we're going to aim for. And so what we're going to look at today is how we can implement this list of enemies. We're not too fussed about these for now, because we can kind of hard code them in. It'll say it's updated 7 days ago. Okay, let me check. Oh, I didn't commit this one because it's only the stuff I've done on the intro. Let me save that into design. And then give that a save for you. Shouldn't be there. Yep. Commit. It's only really the new intro effect. I mean, it shouldn't matter for you. You should have the latest one from last week. Cool. There we go. Hi Gunstar here, hi Stoker. Question, can you debug hardware? What do you mean, can it be debug hardware? I do hardware repair now and again. Pretty much any 8-bit machine, I'm kind of familiar with how they work. Hi Hayes, welcome to the stream. So I do, what a lot of this is in the background is 8-bit repairs. So I tend to, when I get a new machine, I tend to buy broken and try and repair it rather than buy a brand new one, because you'll get them a lot cheaper. And you're only going to, you should only be refurbing it anyway. So, can you debug your car? I'm actually absolutely terrible with cars. I don't drive and I can't fix them. I don't understand them. They're black magic to me. I can fix Xboxes. I do Xbox and PlayStation and Switch repairs as well, because I've been trying to practice doing microscope surface mount repairs, so lots of kind of very small chips, desoldering them and placing them. That's how I got my Xbox One. Actually, I got an Xbox One for £120, I think I paid for it. And it just needed a HDMI socket soldering on. Okay, so we're going to work on the enemy thing today. So I'm going to just quickly make the start of the file, and I'll show you what we're going to do. So, as ever with data structures like this, data kind of arrays of structs, rather than create something like this, and then have a load of bytes in there, we'll create individual data structures for each of the properties, so they're easily accessible. So we're going to create a load of data structures up here. So for now I'm just going to put enemy type, enemy position, we'll do the same as we've done with the player, because we may want to move them like so. For now that will do. There will be some extra data as well. I'll explain that in a second. Hi Dr. Miz, welcome to the stream. Oh, I like those rainbow wings, Hayes. They work really well with Clyde. Very good. And so we'll have max enemies, and max enemies we're going to use 5. The reason we're going to use 5 is we're going to have 1 sprite for each player, 5 enemies, and then I think we're going to have something like a crown. If you've played, I've gone through this a few times, but I really like the competitive element of having some kind of reward that you carry around the level with you. So in Mario, it's a crown, and whoever's got the crown at the end of the level gets a few extra bonus points. But if you die for any reason, or you get hit or things like that, then you can drop the crown and the other player can pick it up. If nobody has the crown at the end, say the crown falls off the bottom, or nobody's wearing it, then whoever gets the highest point gets the crown. And whoever does have the highest points at the end, so the crown will give you a bonus, but if you get more points than the person with the crown, you'll get the crown on the next level. Yeah. I've not actually done any Switch repairs on the console itself. I get how they work and I know how to repair them. I've just never actually done any on the Switch itself. I've done the controllers, but not the Switch. I've done PlayStation, I've done Xbox, I've done a few of those, and absolutely tons and tons of Xbox controllers. I've got boxes in the corner of my room with maybe about 100 Xbox controllers that I need to repair. I bought a job lot of them very, very cheap, like £2 each or something. Yeah, it could be a polo mint hair. That's a really good point, actually. That's a really good point. Yeah, we should probably make it sweet based in some shape or form. Yeah, possibly. I mean, my hardware repair isn't, you know, up to the standards of some people out there. I'm sure it wouldn't be as interesting to watch as the regular kind of streamers that do this sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, maybe the 8-bit stuff is more where I really kind of I get what's going on in those a lot more. With the modern consoles, it's more a case of just testing various chips and pathways, and if something's broken, just replacing it. But with the old 8-bit machines, you can kind of really understand what's going on in them, and because the components are so big, it's really easy to see and understand the pathway through the machine. Okay, right. So I'm not going to fill anything in these. Actually, I'll fill just these ones in, but I'm not going to add anything extra on here. So we're going to use the fill command. So this is a Kickassembler thing. We're going to pass a number of enemies in, and we're just going to fill them with zeros for now. So an enemy type of 0 will mean that there is no enemy there, and so there's nothing to control. So the way this is going to work is we're going to have a routine which is going to go through these enemy types. In fact, I'll put the routine in now. Let's call it update. It's going to go through each one of these, and then it's going to find where that enemy is in the behavior list, and launch the update command for those enemies. I'm going to put an initialize in here as well, in case you want those. But I'm going to create another block down here. I'm going to put it in a new file. I'm going to call this behaviours. And this is where we're going to put all the enemy behaviour stuff in. Turn my fan around, it's getting quite warm in here. Okay, cool. I'm not sure why that was doing that steps. It's a little bit odd. Okay, so the enemy update function is basically going to go through each one of these enemies, and if there is an enemy to process, it's then going to call the update function on that. So let's start by just doing a loop through the enemies. We'll call the init at the beginning, so we'll set some kind of default ones up at some point. But I just want to set up the basics first. So we'll use the X register, we'll set it to, we'll go backwards through the list. Let's start being efficient with our loops. So I'm sure I've explained before why it's more efficient to do it like this, but I will explain again as I go when I've finished writing this. Actually, I'll do it while I'm doing it. I can talk while I type, I guess. So when you do a loop like this, I'm going to put loop there. You basically need the order that we process things in the loop doesn't matter. So when it doesn't matter, it's better to move backwards, and the reason it's better to move backwards is because of the comparison instructions. Well, it's actually to do with the branch instructions. So do something here, and what's happening here is we're starting. If we started this with 0, just get rid of that for now. Then what we'd have to do is we'd have to increase the X. We'd have to compare it to max enemies, and if it's not, jump to loop. And the problem with this is that we have this extra command in, and this only takes like 2 or 3 cycles. I can't remember exactly how many it is, but it's 2 or 3 cycles. But if you do this all the time in every loop, then it's gonna soon add up. So the trick that you'll see in pretty much all code, as you kind of may see as we do the dissect streams, and if you look through your code yourself. What are we drinking tonight? We are drinking Barefoot Chardonnay from California. I didn't have my usual one from Chile. I've got another Sauvignon Blanc in the fridge, and I've got a little bit of tequila left if I run out of alcohol by the end of the night. So if we do this, basically what the compare instruction is doing is the compare instruction is saying take our value, say our value is A, and this value is B. It's basically saying do this internally. Don't actually subtract the numbers from each other, but internally find out the difference between those numbers. And then if the difference is not 0, then go to here. If it is 0, then go to here. And so when the numbers are the same, so when we increase X and it becomes the same, it jumps to here. So knowing that that's how the compare works, and that all we're actually doing is trying to work out the difference between two numbers, you can get rid of this if you do it the other way around. So instead you decrease the value. Now it means we have to start with max enemies -1, and that's fine because max enemies is a constant that we've defined up here, or a label, but we're using it as a constant, hence the capital letters. So we can take one away from it, and this will be kind of pre-built into it. But the difference is now that we can't just check if we've hit 0, because we actually need 0. We need to check if we're less than 0. But because we're only going from 0 to 5, what we can do is actually from 4 down to 0, if we go less than 0, the number will become negative. So what we do is we use branched plus. And now this will do the same thing, but backwards, but without that compare instruction. And that's actually kind of useful in other languages as well. I mean, a lot of compilers have kind of optimized around this now, but certainly back maybe even as long ago as only 2 or 3 years ago, the JavaScript compiler would, in most browsers, run faster if you did your loops backwards for the same reason. Because internally, when it got turned into code in the V8 engine, got turned into assembly language and in turn machine code, that compare instruction didn't have to be there. And so that's why running loops backwards is good. I mean, to be fair, running loops backwards is never a bad idea anyway. If you can run a loop backwards, do it. Firstly, you will get a performance improvement in some cases. I think it's less important now than it used to be. But one of the gotchas is when you're removing stuff from an array. So you're counting through an array, you're looking for stuff to remove. If you go forward through that array and you remove something, then when the next iteration of the loop comes, you've skipped a value. Whereas if you go backwards through the array and you remove things from the loop, you never skip anything. So it's always a good idea to go backwards through your loops if you can. Okay. So this loop is basically going to go through our enemy types. If they're 0, it's going to do nothing. Otherwise, it is going to do something. So what is it going to do? So this is where our behaviours come in. So the technique that I've been using in Doc is to have it's not really a jump table as much as a kind of a lookup table. So I'm just going to put enemy LSB enemy MSB, and then in here I'm going to use I'm going to use byte like so, and this is going to have some values in, and what these are going to do, they're going to point to individual enemies in here. So this is going to contain all the behaviours for this enemy. So I need to create a reference to this for this enemy. So we do that by using the LSB or the MSB pointer to grab the address of this and just take the lower byte of it, or grab the... Actually, there is a new command in Kickassembler, so I think we should see if we can use that actually. I forget what it's called now. Low high fill or something. Did see this recently. I'm not sure where it is. I'm not going to mess around too much, but if anybody does know the command for that, if you let me know, I'll implement it in that way, because it's going to be a lot easier than doing this. And so all we would do then is create a list like this, one for each enemy, like so, all the way down. And then that means if we know the number of the enemy, then we can just look up the LSB and look up the MSB, and we know exactly where that is in memory then. And this is where the fun bit comes in. So I'm going to write this first because this is kind of a template. So what I like to do is I like to create behavior offsets, I call them. And they start at 0 and they go up 3 at a time. So let's just start with the basics here. Low high fill. Alright, let's try that. How does that work though? Let's... I've never used this before, so maybe... Ooh. Is that not loaded? Oh, there we go. Low high fill... Mission feature descriptions... Have a look, it's probably in the manual somewhere, isn't it? Probably the best way. Low high fill. Data directives. Fill word, low high fill. Ah, okay. Okay, so it's as simple as doing low high fill like that. It's not showing up. I think I need to update my... Let's see if it actually works, because if it works, then if it compiles, then it's working. I can worry about getting my syntax updated later. Yeah, well, I've got it on the HTML one. I can see how it works. So the only thing we'd need to do here is put an end of the loop in here, and then we would need to get this address plus this address minus this address divided by 2. I'm going to put extra brackets in here, I'm sure it's fine. And that will give us the same MSB and LSB, but we don't have to do quite as much work in that section then. Windows back up again. Salmon fill as low, high, low. Oh! See, one of my favourite Finnish foods is this, I think is how you spell it. And now I understand what it means. So low-high is soup, low-high is salmon, and I'm guessing kaito is soup or broth or something. I love that stuff, it's absolutely amazing. I recommend anybody who's never tried that to have it. It's like a salmon, dill, potato and leek soup, and it's absolutely beautiful. Thank you for the follow, Huge Anonymous 012. Welcome to the stream. Wow, this wine is going down quick. I'm gonna get... Actually, I think technically it's supposed to be made with Arctic char, but you can make it with salmon. So let's see if that compiles, because if this actually compiles, then let's do it on the right screen. Yeah, it compiles, great. Cool. Oh, one other thing as well. So today I had a look at I'll open this in a new tab. I had a look at compiling the game using Xamizer, and it was down to everything we've got in there so far, which, considering we've got quite a lot of characters and quite a lot of sprites already, it's only 5,000 bytes when it's compiled. I don't expect it to rise much more than that. I think even with a full sprite set and all the rest of the code, it's probably not going to get much past 8 or 9 kilobytes. So that gives us quite a lot of room to do the maps as well. And if we're clever about how we do the maps, like I say, if we use this kind of map and background, so you can have different backgrounds and different foregrounds and kind of match them together like that, we should manage to get quite a lot out of it. But yeah, I'll show you that running actually. So I was doing some stuff for the Bubble Bobble thing. I was playing around with the packer quite a lot, so guys, depacking the game, and there you go. And that's 5k at the moment, so we fit that 3 times on a 16k cartridge at the moment. Okay, so cool. So this works. I'll figure out how to get the syntax highlighting on there. I probably need to update my my add-on in Sublime. I'm not too fussed. That's absolutely fine. So, what are these behavior spawns things? Okay, so these are going to be used by the update function in here to work out from this LSB and MSB. So, say this is at C00. Let's just say it's there. We're going to have in here some functions, and these are always going to be the same for every single behavior. These functions are always going to be exactly the same at the beginning, and they're not going to change. And if they do change, this will get changed, and everyone will be changed there. But it's probably that we'll just add more on the end, so we'll just add new behaviors on top of these. On death. Low Kaito salmon soup, yeah. What's the exe called? The exe for what? For the packer? I use Xamizer 2.1, I think it is. There is a Mac version as well. I think I had to compile it myself for the Mac. And I do have it here actually. I'll tell you what, if you want that, Andy, I will send that to you through Discord now. Hopefully it will send to you. Let me find you. Message, there we go. Did that actually send, or did I just... Yeah, I did send it, okay. Yeah, Lohikoto. Oh, it's 2 T's in Lohikoto. What am I playing tonight? I'm not sure. Actually, I had a look to have a look at some PC Engine homebrew, but there's not really a lot out there. There was somebody had done Barbarian, which I found quite interesting, but I haven't bothered downloading anything, so I don't know yet. We'll have a look later on. I should have maybe put Rainbow Islands on the Commodore. That would have been an interesting one, but I haven't done it. Do I have my... Yeah, I've still got my Ultimate cartridge back there, so I could potentially play that. Okay, so every enemy is going to have these jumps at the beginning, and this is why we have these offsets. So now, all I need is the enemy number, and I can find out where its on update function, where its on death function is, and its on spawn function is by grabbing the address from this array here and adding this particular behavior value to it. So then all we need in here is the actual routines themselves. So this is a blank behavior. This does absolutely nothing at the moment. But you can see how I can put any code I want now in here, and the length of that code doesn't matter, because this will record a combination of this, and these jumps will record exactly where this on update function is for that. All I have to do is maintain a single table of a list of the enemies. Why everyone likes Barbarian? I don't mind it. It's got its problems, but I think it's very, for a Commodore, it's technically impressive. Wow, what is that? That's a fun little boat. It's that one. I like that one. Behvaiours. Okay. Yeah, interesting. So if we want to call this on update function, so let's just, for now, let's just put a border color change in here. But we can do anything we want in here. So let's go into our enemy list. So if we want to do update, the way we will do that is we will, first of all, we will grab, we've already got the enemy type in the accumulator here, so we'll transfer that to the Y register because we're already using the X register. And we grab the behaviors, enemy LSB, Y, store that in. Let me grab a layout in here. Layout, 2 columns. Oh, why has it done that? Get in there. There we go. We'll use this vector here, so and we'll create an alias for it. No, it's not. A really strong smell of cannabis coming from outside. Okay, so we'll create this vector here, and then we'll store that in the lower part, and we'll grab the MSB. Wait, you're the guys that have moved in upstairs. I don't mind the smell of it, it's just kind of off-putting. And you know somebody's having a funky fag. Okay, so we've grabbed the location of that. And so now what we can do we can load the Y with behaviours dot behaviour spawn, not spawn, update. Actually, no, we should load the accumulator with that value, add it to this value. Actually, it's easier if we just do it like this. So we take the lower byte, we add the update behavior and store it there, and then because we're doing a 16-bit add, we just need to add 0 to that as well. And now we can do jump indirect and use where is it? Oh, it's there. Okay, so this is a new function that we've not seen before. In fact, I need to put this in a slightly different place, but I'll explain why in a second. In fact, let me move it and then I'll explain. I'm going to call it indirect jump because that's exactly what it's doing. And I'll put it here. And then here we'll do indirect jump like that. So this routine from here to here is basically grabbing the address of this behavior. So it's grabbing this address, so it's C000. But we want the spawn routine, so we're going to add the behavior update offset. Behavior update offset is 3, and so this is at 0, which is 3 bytes, then this is at 3, this is at 6. So you can see these behaviors map up to their offsets after this. So this is at C003, this is at C00, C006. It smells really strong. I've just had new neighbours moving upstairs as well, and I've got my door slightly open. Just wondering if they're big old weed heads. I think they might be. I mean, this CBD stuff smells of it, but that's the actual real thing, you can tell. Okay, so we take the lower byte, we add the behavior update, we take the upper byte, we add 0 because of the 16-bit update, and so now in this location we have this value. And so what this jump address lets you do, we could have done this with we could do this like that. In fact, I am going to do it like this. Instead of doing an indirect jump, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put self mod here. So just be a bit quicker. I'm going to use beef so we know it's self mod, and then instead of storing it in this enemy behavior location, we'll just store it here like this. So we're updating this value here with the location of this command here. And so now when we jump to this subroutine, it's going to jump straight to, oops. It's going to jump straight to this point here, which is then going to jump to the on update, which is going to increase the border color and then return and come back here again. So if I run this, it's not going to do anything because we don't have any updates in the code yet. So if we just add some update in here, hopefully that's the right one. Update enemies. It's doing that thing again. Oh, so one thing I found out, if you guys use Sublime and you find that the mouse wheel doesn't do anything, unless you're in very specific places, it's because of this nag screen. You just click cancel on the nag screen and then it works again. So to go through what this is doing, just before I put the rest of the function in the start, we're creating a loop. We're going through each one of the enemies and we're checking the type value. The type is 0 to begin with, but if an enemy is 0, it will skip over it, so it will jump straight to here. It will go to the next one, and it will do that for each of the 5 enemies in the loop, using a backwards loop, so we don't have to do the compare. Then any enemy that isn't 0, so if the type is 1 or above, is deemed to be an active enemy. If it's an active enemy, then we transfer that value, the enemy type, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, to the Y register, and then we go and grab we go and grab the values from the table in here. I actually do need to add a dummy value in for the first one, because this is 0, and the first so 0 is no enemy. This is an enemy, so this is enemy type 1. We'll call it enemy 1 in here. So it grabs those addresses, but it adds on this offset, so we can get the behavior that we want. And then when it's calculated that, it stores it in this location here, and then calls the routine at that location. So in this case, it jumps straight to this point here, which jumps to the on update, which carries out this piece of code and then returns. And it's as simple as that. It probably seems more complicated than it really is. Oh, the other thing we need to do is we need to initialize those enemies. So for now, we'll just stick some dummy code in. Oh, actually, this is the dummy code area. Call it initialize. I'll go and change that now, and that should be updated in there. So we update the enemies in the main loop. We call an initialize function before the main loop starts, so we can catch up with some. Sorry, not catch up. We can initialize some behaviors in there. Oh, thank you for the raid, Mr. Cola. Welcome to the stream. Did you get off that level in the end? Or did you just kill everybody with a car? And welcome everyone that's come along from Cola's channel. Thank you for the host, Hitch. So for those who don't know what we're doing here, we're on Saturdays we work on a game that we've been developing slowly over the past 3 months for the Commodore 64, and at the same time I try and teach people how we go about doing these things, and the techniques that we use to do these things. Why is that not loading? I just need to import some files. And yeah, with the aim of having a releasable game that we can push out to the C64 community in the next however long it takes. I mean, I don't want to rush this. I want it to be ready when it's ready, which is how it should be. Turns out converting half the city, of course, makes it really tough to kill one. Where was he in the end? Did you have to was he in your crowd, or? Oh yeah, and I drink wine, as Hitch says. I drink a lot of wine as I do it as well. So we've been on an hour and I'm already halfway through a bottle of wine. So. Thanks for the host, Dom. So yeah, this is the game we've been working on, and for some reason I'm getting invalid directive. Okay, that isn't going to work. So that trick that I wanted to do isn't going to work at the moment. So this is fine. I'll just do it with this one for now. I can always change it at a later date. So the aim is to make a game that's kind of in the spirit of the kind of Bubble Bobble franchise, something that 2 players can play, lots of quick levels. Oh, thanks for the host, Hayes. Convert you to wine. Emma hates it. That just means more for you, Hitch. Domadags needs to sleep though, but tomorrow it is. Hello to future me. Hi, future Dom. Good night, mate. Sleep well. Supposedly you can't convert him. I had to restart the level and turned off the Persuadertron. The Persuadertron sounded like a Boo Ghost. It was kind of, yeah. I kept thinking I had Mario on somewhere or something. Okay, let's see if this runs now. Hopefully it does. Did I just fix that? Yes, I did. Okay. I'll look into how that that will work at a later date. So nothing's going to happen, even though we've added this in, nothing's going to happen because we haven't actually initialized the enemies to do anything. So I'm just doing this to just show those who've joined. So the idea is we're going to take these 2 players. You can play 1 player or you can play 2 player as well. Thank you for the follow, Kiarlin, I think that is. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. And thank you for the follow, Amiga Live as well. Which I saw before it appeared on my host. That's interesting. Yeah, so it's a game for 1 or 2 players. The idea is you run around these little kids, I guess they are, throwing these kind of candy bombs at things to kill the enemies. The candy bombs themselves don't immediately kill the enemies. They will stun the enemies, much like Bubble Bob or Parasol Stars or what have you. And then it's down to you to get close enough that you can eat those enemies. So the enemies will all be kind of sweets of some kind, candy of some kind. As you eat, you get slightly fatter. When you reach a certain weight, you'll be able to trigger a switch in the floor, which will then open the door to the next level. When it's 2 players, obviously the player who eats more will be slower and therefore have a disadvantage, but they'll have eaten more, so they'll have more points. There'll also be a crown you can pick up in the vein of 3D Mario World. Whoever has the crown at the end of the level will gain some bonus points, and whoever has the highest number of points in each round will start the next level with the crown. That's pretty much it, I think, from a description point of view. Oh, and the things that you throw, you'll be able to pick up power-ups which change their colour, and if they're special colours, you'll be able to leave patches of colour on the floor on these white areas of the floor, and those will have an effect on enemies and players, such as freezing the enemy, making them bounce, making them stick. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's a nice little thing. It's kind of been quite organic. It's come along quite well. We've done it through Twitter for the most part. So yeah. Hopefully the ball trajectory won't go over the enemy when they are too near. Yeah, and this is fully adjustable as well. I mean, that's what we spent the last stream doing. Was actually was it the last stream or the stream before? Just playing around with how this works, and we can play around with this and make it higher or lower or longer or faster. It's got quite a lot of fine control on it. The other cool thing as well is that when you get to the switch at the end, if you're in 2 players, it needs both of you to stand on the switch, because it's the weight of all the things that have been eaten in the level. So one person isn't going to be enough. You need to both stand on it. And we're toying with the idea of if you're in 2 player, there's a weighted chance, depending on how big you are, for you to eat the other player for a bonus as well. So when you both stand on the switch, one of you will get eaten, which should be kind of interesting. And it will be weighted, so if you've eaten more than the other player, you'll have a bigger chance to eat them. But it will still be random, so there'll still be a chance for the smaller guy to actually gain the bonus points as well. Okay, cool. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then when I come back, we will implement the first enemy update and get that border flash. And we've got the behavior in there. We just need to initialize the enemy in here so that we can create a border flash. So I'll be right back in about 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. Thank you for the follow, GCar 2012. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, top off your drinks, everyone. Gotta keep up with me. Definitely going to be finished with this bottle by the end of this section. Something interesting, my firewall AV just threw a fit when I tried to download the latest Kickassembler PDF manual. Ah. Interesting. Well, PDFs can contain kind of malicious things in them as well, so I mean, I'm not sure why that particular one would. I would have trusted that, but good to know. It might be worth reporting that to them, just in case it's problem on there, and I'll be right back has added shiver. Yeah, I added a little moon and reflection in the water today. I was bored, I wanted to add something new to it. I'm actually running out of cycle time on that screen quite quickly, so I'm not sure what more I can add to it. But I kind of want to I want to use the stuff that you did, Hayes, to have that be right back screen rebuild. So when I click be right back scene, it will rebuild and launch it with updated information in the messages. I've just not got time to do it at the moment, so I will do it when I get round to it. Okay, right, let's initialize. So we can test that this behavior is working correctly by doing a little kind of initialization. Oh, a raid from Dusted DK. Welcome to the stream, guys. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from Dusted's channel. We're currently building a C64 single screen platformer game. We're just about to start implementing enemy behaviours. Well, enemies, I mean, it starts with the enemy behaviours. And so for those from Dusty channel that don't know, I do this on a Saturday and on a Thursday, and this goes for those from Cole's channel that don't know as well. On a Thursday we do a dissect. So I take one of my subs requests from here or from Patreon. I'll add a link to my Patreon now. If you're subbed here or you're subbed on Patreon, you can request a game for me to dissect on a Thursday, and then we look at how the game works. If there's a particular effect that somebody's interested in, we'll look at that. And then we try and add hacks or improve or fix the game in some way. So we did Bubble Bobble last week, and Hayes played that on his stream. He found a bug actually in it at level 41, which is really frustrating that you have to get to level 41 before the bug shows itself. But I did kind of hack away at that last night and managed to get a fixed version of that now. So now Bubble Bobble had a problem with single player where it was almost impossible to continue and use your credits. So we fixed that now by adding a countdown timer, so you get like 10 or 15 seconds or so. It counts down from 10, but it's more like 15 to 20 seconds that you get to actually click fire and continue, rather than it just take you straight out to the game over screen. Hayes completed that as well last night on stream. It took a lot of save states, but he did it in the end. I mean, it technically still completed within the credits. It's just lots of retries. He'll do it again. He'll do it again with the credit fix, I'm sure. Okay, so for testing, I'm just going to put a test here because we don't want to keep this code. This is going to be deleted at some point. But we'll just load the accumulator with 1, and we'll store it in the first enemy type location and return. So now when we run this, I'm going to put that start there. Hopefully we should see the border flash continuously. A lot of F-bombs, yeah, he wasn't happy with that. And so there you go. So we can see now that the border's flashing. The reason the border is flashing, and hurting my eyes quite a lot, I must say, is because now this enemy behavior in here is being triggered. So that's all very well, but what we need is some other functions in order to actually create these enemies and trigger the on-spawns. So as well as an enemy update, this is all we need for the enemy update routine. This will just go through and it will just trigger the on update of whatever enemy we've got in here, and we can put any pile of code we want in here. As I'll show you later, it's a really good use for macros in here. Thank you for the follow, Clown of Fire. Welcome to the stream. I tend to use macros for this sort of thing because you can create kind of macros that affect a particular sprite or enemy behavior that you're going to reuse everywhere. I like to use macros rather than jump routines because the overhead of calling a routine and then returning from it can be like 9 cycles or more, and if you're doing quite complicated behaviors, it's worth using the extra memory of macros to do those things. So I'm going to leave the... Actually, no, I'm not going to leave that in there. I'm going to get rid of that, and instead I'm going to put one in here now. So now we're telling it to increase the border colour when we spawn. So how do we get that to work? So what we need in here now is a spawn enemy function. Now, the spawn enemy function needs to do two things. First of all, it needs to find the next free enemy in here. So the first thing we'll do is we'll look through this. I'm going to write them as comments first, and then we'll fill them out. So find next free enemy. Now, our system is only ever going to have 5 maximum on the screen. So we will call spawn enemy when we know there's less than 5. So we're not going to make sure that there is a free enemy. We're just going to find the next free enemy. We're going to assume that there is a free enemy. It won't matter that much now, but later on when we start spawning multiple enemies, we just need to make sure that we only spawn an enemy when the last one died. So we need to find the next free enemy, then we need to set its position. Well, we need to spawn the enemy, which will set its position. And that's kind of all we need to... Oh, and then we need to call on spawn. Although they're kind of the same thing. So at the moment we have an enemy type, an enemy position, X and Y, and nothing else, which is fine for now. I'll explain what we will do with custom data later on. So let's start by finding the first free enemy. So we basically do this same loop again. So I'm just going to copy this loop and strip it down. I'm going to take all the crap out of the middle and just leave it as the basic loop. So we're going to start with max enemies, and then we're going to... That's it, basically. There we go. We'll put a found there. And this time, if the enemy... so we go through the enemies in backwards order. We'll load the enemy type. If it's 0, instead of going to skip, we'll go to found, because that's the enemy we want to use. Which actually means we don't need that skip at all, because we're literally just very quickly going through this list and finding it. But at this point, X is our enemy index. So the next thing we need to do is we need to spawn the enemy. So we need to set these positions for the enemy. For now, I'm going to leave that blank, and we'll just do the call on spawn. So we need to do the same thing as this, but this time we need to call on spawn. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually transfer this into a different function. So I'm going to move this from here, and I'm going to put call behavior. So there we go. So this is going to expect us... At the moment this is just going to call update, so let's just go and have a look at how we need to do that. So call behavior is going to expect our enemy type in Y at the moment. So let's change that to X, because that's what we have in here. And let's change our other loop to use X for that as well. But this is where we're transferring it here. So basically I just need to change this to use a Y in the loop instead. There we go. So now it's calling that behavior on the correct enemy with X as the one. So we need this behavior update. At the moment it's just calling behavior update, but we need to grab this from somewhere. So what we can do... we need to send it into this function at some point. let me have a think. So we're using X and Y here already. So what we can do is we can use the Y for this. And all that means is we need to store this Y so that we can retrieve it again at a later date. So I'm going to create. I know it's already called temp in the thing, but if I want to change this to temp 2 or 3 later on, it's better to have an alias. So we're going to store Y there, and then we're going to go grab it back at this point. Oops. Why did I do that? So this is just how we would store a value so that we can use it, that register, for something else, and then call this behavior. So now the Y register contains our behavior, and that needs to be here. So the way we can do this is if we can, we'll create another label here. We'll call it temp as well, but this time we're pointing to temp 2. We'll store the value of the Y register in temp, and then add it here. So now I can call a behavior by setting the X to the enemy that I want to update, setting the Y to the behavior I want to call, and then calling call behavior. So if I copy that down into this function, I want to call on spawn. Oh yeah, you're right. RTS. Yeah, I'll do an RTS, that makes sense. Thank you. So call on spawn. So we know what our X is. X is our enemy, so we don't need this. We've already got that set. This time we want behavior spawn, and then we want to call that behavior and then return. Simple as that. So now in our initialize, instead of doing this, what we can do is we can do, hang on. Well, we can just do spawn enemy. We can set the rest of it up in a minute. On an Amiga, bubble fix and Sprite. Yeah, you said that today. I'm kind of impressed that somebody took it upon themselves to do that as well. I mean, the fact that it was still like that on the Amiga is amazing. It really shouldn't have been. I wonder if it's... No, it's not like that in the arcade, because I played it in the arcade and I've funneled 10p's into that machine, so I never had a problem with continue. It's obviously just... I feel like it's been converted between them or something, and somebody's just taken the, oh well, this is how it behaves, let's do it the same. So now what we should see when we run this is the initialize will call, that will find a spare enemy. It won't actually set anything at the moment, which is what this should probably do here. Like set the enemy type, for instance, so that it gets updated. But it will call the spawn behavior. In fact, no, it won't call the spawn behavior because the enemy type is not being set. So let's just set the type for now. Enemy type X. Okay, so we have to have a type of 1 or above, or else the behavior won't do anything. In fact, it will crash because the behavior points to FFFF. So it would have done some crazy crash. Yeah, but I think. I'm not sure, but I think back in the day, Amiga and Commodore would have probably been handled by one publisher, and ST maybe by somebody else, or a development house. Yeah, the timing was ridiculous. Basically, you had one single frame to press fire at. If you weren't holding fire as it did that check, then it was too late. It had that one single frame to do it in, and that frame was as soon as you died. So as soon as you died, the next time the update routine happened, the update said, okay, has player 2 pressed fire? No. Has player 1 pressed fire? No. Are both players dead? Yes. In that case, end. and that was it. That was the check. So if you were playing in 2-player, obviously it was fine because, you know, one player would always be alive, and so there is both players dead check would fail, and so you could keep using the continues. But in single player, that meant you literally had one frame that you could do it. And as Hayes said, you had to hold down fire as soon as your death animation started. You had to hold down fire and pray to God that it picked it up. Okay, so this is our spawn enemy function. It's now finds a free enemy, sets its enemy type to 1. We'll change this in a minute so that it can actually store a value that we send in. So, I mean, we can do that here actually if we just push the accumulator here and pull it here. So we push the value that's in the accumulator onto the stack, then we look for the enemy. Then when we found it, we pull the accumulator value back off the stack and store it in the enemy type. And that means in our initialize here, we can do, there we go. And now we're storing enemy number 1. It's kind of ridiculous that was a thing. And I'd never really noticed as well. And I'd played that game quite a lot. Maybe I just got lucky with it or something, but okay, 1 second, I just need to answer this. Maybe I just got lucky with it and always managed to press it, or maybe I was kind of, I don't know, I'd never noticed it before, so. Okay, so now when we initialize, we'll spawn an enemy that will call this function, which will find our a free enemy, set its enemy type to whichever value was in the accumulator, find the behavior spawn function, and call it. So, and then our behavior spawn function is where we increase the border. So our border is black, so we should see the border turn to white when we start this, and stay at white. So it should only do it once. And it's not done that. Okay, so let's have a look at that. How will it know what bank of sprites to use for each enemy? Okay, so that is what the spawn and the update function is for. So by having the by having the enemy's kind of behaviors stored in blocks like this, we can put anything we want in here. So we can kind of, you know, set pointer. Yeah, anything. It really doesn't matter. I mean, one of the things we'll need to do at the moment, we've got where is it? At the moment, we've just got the X and the Y in, but we will add enemy sprite color, enemy sprite number as well. Because even though the enemy may be, actually no, we can actually use the index. We can use the correct index based on this because we're not doing any multiplexing, so that's fine. But yeah, we'll have extra data in here, and these behaviors can decide how to deal with each of the sprite animations. So for instance, the on update can be responsible for checking collision around the enemy to see if the enemy can walk in any direction, or needs to change direction, or needs to jump. Yeah. Oh, recursive reminders, very cool. Okay, so this didn't call, so I'm just going to put a break in here and see if we actually are calling that. We should be calling that, but for some reason that border didn't change color. It could just be that we're doing a border change, a border color change somewhere else, but we're not, because that's not actually done anything. Okay, so let's go back through the chain and figure out where that's not working. So it's not getting to that point. So let's have a look if it's getting to. Pretty sure the initialize is working because we saw that, but I'm going to put a breakpoint in there anyway, just to check. Okay, so it broke at that point. So this is happening. The spawn enemy is happening, but for some reason it's not breaking in here. So this should go round and round until it finds something, then it should break. then it should call the behavior. So I'm going to put a breakpoint in here to make sure. Hang on, call behavior. Store itself more. Okay, let's see if it gets into call behavior. It's load accumulator one, it should be. So it is getting into call behavior. Let's have a look at that just to make sure that the value's right. Oh, yeah, call behavior should be Y, which is correct. So let's check the value of Y when we get to this point, and X. So with X we should see 0, because this is the... No, we should see 4, sorry, because it goes backwards through the loop. So we should have an accumulator of, sorry, a Y of 3 and an X of 4. So let's make sure that those values are correct at that point. So our X is 4, but our Y is 0. Okay, so that's interesting. Why is our Y 0? Our Y should be 3. It should be this value here. Behaviours.behaviour spawn. Oh, 0. No, sorry, 0 is correct. Okay. Should do this. Let's, just to make sure that this is happening, let's actually put this at what do we have at what locations? Let's put this at 6,000. I mean, I'll get rid of this, it won't be like that. I just want to make sure that the correct values are being called. Okay, so I'm sorry it's so difficult to see what's going on here, but I will quickly step through this. Okay, that's not printed out the right values. It's stored the wrong values for some reason. It's put 0 in both those locations. Okay, let me double check what's going on there. So we come into here, we have an X of, oh, hang on. Oh, it's because, so X, right, I need to put some stuff here. X equals the free index. Y equals behavior. Offset. But what we actually need is enemy type as well. And so the accumulator is actually set here to enemy type, so we do know the correct value here, and it is stored in the accumulator. But what we're using X here instead of accumulator. So I'm going to store X in. Actually, I'm going to label these properly now so they make sense. So Y is behavior offset. Oops. There we go. So we store that in enemy type. Now we can transfer the accumulator to the X register. No, hang on. What was X? X is not the enemy type, it's the reindex, which we don't care about. Or do we care about? Yes, we do care about it, and I'll explain why in a minute. We'll load that back into here. So the reason why we need to know the index of the sprite is because when we run these functions, if they need to do some stuff, they need to act on a particular sprite, on a particular enemy in our list. So I do need to store that value back at some point. So this should be fine now, I think. Is that right? Yes, you are right, actually. Thank you for a... Hi Robopond, hi Misty K, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better this week. I'm getting through the wine anyway, that's for sure. And I just broke self-mod. How did I break self-mod? Yeah, you're right, sorry. Okay, yeah, so let's save. Have I got that in the macros? I do like to make these kind of macros. Yes, we have store state and restore state. I'll just use those, it's easier. Store state. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better this week. I've got to go to a hospital appointment on Thursday, which means I won't be doing my normal stream on Thursday night. Because of the illness I had last week, and I've got to go again on Saturday, so I may be heavily drugged. I'm definitely going to be heavily drugged on Thursday. There's no way that's going to happen, and I may be heavily drugged on Saturday, so I'm not going to cancel the Saturday stream yet, because I do really enjoy doing these streams and I want to do as many as I can. I don't want to call it off unless there's absolutely no way I can do it. But I will make a post sometime Saturday afternoon if I can't do it. Yeah, I hope it is nothing serious. I don't think it is, but you know, that's what the tests are for, I guess. Okay, I'm adding temp, which is not right. This is now behavior offset. Cool. Yeah. Oh, something's failed. Okay, let's stick a breakpoint in just before the self mod so I can see what's actually going. I think this self mod is something that's going wrong here, which is why we're getting that weird crash. So I can still smell it as well. It's really strong. I mean, I'm not complaining. Okay, so this is loading. Okay, this is loading our enemy 0, which is wrong. So let's have a look. Should be getting the enemy LSB based on the X register. The X register comes from the accumulator. Accumulator should be enemy type, which is there. Call behavior. Okay, let's stick a breakpoint in here to make sure that our values are set. The bubble fix is done. I've posted a link on Twitter and on my Discord to it. If I don't want to post it anywhere else, and I don't want the Indie Retro News site to be updated until it's been properly tested. I'm 99.9% confident it's going to be fine. But I would like to see it tested before it goes any further. So if you want to see, if you go to my Discord, I think it's in the Dissect Requests channel. There is an update in there. Let me just double check for you. Yeah, if you go in the Dissect Requests and just scroll back a little bit, there is a bbshimmer.d64. But yeah, I mean, as Hay says, he's not put the link on Indie Retro News yet, and I think that's probably best. I think it's best to test it first. So basically, I had to the code that I'd put in to handle the continue was in an area which I thought was free memory, but it turned out to be where level 41 was stored. Well, actually, where quite a few levels were stored. So I've moved that now. I've deleted a couple of strings off the intro screen, so it doesn't have like Commodore creations by Stephen Ruddy press 1 and 2 to play. It's a cut down version of that screen, and instead managed to put the code where the text was, and it should be fine now. I have had to remove the proceed. Before I had proceed and then a countdown. Now it's just a countdown, but I've slowed the countdown a little bit, so it takes a bit longer. It takes like 15-20 seconds now, and I've done some tests playing through the game a little bit, a few levels, with both 1 and 2 players, continuing in 1-player mode, continuing in 2-player mode, playing through all the credits in 1-player mode, playing through all the credits in 2-player mode. It's in the dissect requests section. If you just scroll back like a page or two in there, it should be there. I only broke 59 levels. Yeah, I broke, well actually I probably broke about 10 or 15 levels, but obviously that's quite a lot of levels to break when you're trying to get through. I was convinced it wasn't me at first as well. Okay, so let's check these values. These values should be our free index in X. Where's my monitor gone? You guys probably can't see this, but the free index is showing as 4, which is correct. Behavior offset says 1, which is incorrect. Oh no, because I've not loaded it yet. It's on the next line, so that's fine. And the enemy type is 1. Okay, so this should be fine. So I'm gonna skip into this routine. I apologize. I really apologize for the small text and the fact that you can't see it, but immediately it's gone to 1082, so it's gone down here. Core behavior, jump to subroutine. No, jump to subroutine, core behavior, load exit temp 3. What? Gone straight to here. Oh, because this is the break here. Ah, okay. I only want the break at that point. Try again. Like I'm fairly certain that the code is fine, but obviously if you do want to test that, then I think it should be tested before anything. What is going on here? Core behavior, and yet it jumps to this location. I don't know what this is about. Okay, let's have a look. There's something a bit odd going on here. Jump to subroutine core behavior, which is this one. And this should store the state, and store state should only do, maybe I need to do these manually myself, but that should be fine. This should just be pushing some stuff to the accumulator and restoring it. That should be fine. For some reason we're not getting to that point. Okay. I was hoping we'd get a bit further with this tonight, but it looks like we're going to be debugging again. If you guys want me to show you how to do the how to jump to any level on Bubble Bobble, and you're using Vice, I can show you how to do it. I'm not sure how you would do it on. Actually, you probably could do it on real hardware if you've got Action Replay cartridge set. You can do it, or anything with a machine code monitor. Basically, I'll put it in chat now. This address in memory, that address in memory contains the next level. So as soon as you start the game and you get the 2 bubbles on the screen showing the showing Bub and Bob ready to go into the world, you pause the game at that point, and then you go in and set this value to be whichever level you want it to go to. It's actually the current level -1. If you want to go to level 1, you'd set it to 0, because the next level will be that +1. If you want to go to the very last level, then you set it to what's 100, so it's 64, so you'd set it to 63. hexadecimal, and that will take you to the final level when you start. So if you want to test into it, but I tested maybe 20 random levels like that, and they were all fine. So if I could find somewhere to put a level skip into the game, then I would do it. But there's so little room in that game. It's incredible. I've actually got a lot of respect for the guys that did the hacks and cracks for that game, especially the ones that I think there's a plus 12 in there somewhere. So with 12 extra things they've added to the game. How they've done that, I don't know. Yeah, it's insane. Even the very first screen you see in Bubble Bobble is like a credit screen, and you never see it again. And the reason you only see it once is because that screen and all the data on it gets completely overwritten. The data that's on it is all stored in the font where all the bubbles are drawn. So as soon as you start the game and the bubbles are drawn, that data is lost. And the screen itself is in screen RAM, and that gets overridden by the next screen. So there's nothing on that screen that can be restored. It all disappears. I'm pretty sure the music disappears as well. I'm pretty sure the music is stored somewhere that gets overwritten. Kind of crazy. They did a really good job of compacting that game. The routine that they've got for drawing the text on screens is incredibly efficient as well. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I mean, if you kind of look past the fact that we were writing code into an area where level 41 plus was, it was kind of interesting how we did it. So the actual discovery of the game over sequence is interesting, and actually seeing the bug there in front of us was kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, essentially we fixed a 32-year-old bug by doing this. I'm pretty sure if you try to release that nowadays with that kind of thing in, people would be up in arms. But then you have patches now, and you didn't back then, so it's surprising that it got through QA at the time. But it's just one of those things, I guess. Maybe they went, well, this is how it works on the Amiga version, or vice versa, and so it stayed like that. Of course, nowadays you have people like EA who rush out games. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen the uproar over FIFA 20. Basically, they've released a game that's, unless you're using the kind of microtransactions, it's unplayable. And not unplayable in that you need microtransactions to buy things, it's that they've only focused on the microtransaction areas of the game. You try and play in career mode, the career mode is broken because they've not spent any resource on actually making that work. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, we were going to try and figure out why this routine was not happening. So let me go through this again. Let's take a step back and go through this. So we should be getting to this call behavior, and we should be having these three values. So I have got a break there, but for some reason when I try and load the game, I don't get the break at that location. I get a break in a very weird location. Oh, actually I have got a break at this point now. Okay. Actually, let me load it in the debugger so you guys, because you can't see it in that thing, so... I both love and hate this debugger. It's oh, of course the brakes don't work in here. That's fine, we can reload it again. So let's go to 1-800. It was around about there somewhere. Put it in this mode. Okay, so let's just compare the code to see what we've got. Make sure we're doing the same things. So it's a bit further on than that, I think. Yeah, so these are all the tables for the sprites. There's a sprite update. This is not there's a core behavior somewhere. I'm gonna figure out where it is. Oh, it is this thing. Yes, it is this. Alright. So this here, delete the other. this here is our core behavior function. So I'm going to go into here, I'm going to do a soft reset, and then I'm going to load the PRG here. So we're in here now. Okay, so what we're expecting is for X, Y, and accumulator to all be set. So actually, the first thing I realized is what Foray said in the about storing the state. This actually doesn't need to happen in here. It needs to happen in here, because at this point we need to store the Y, the X and the Y, and the accumulator, and we need to get it back at this point. The thing is this routine uses everything. Actually, no, that actually means this is fine, because we're only using Y to count down. We're storing that anyway. We're transferring the accumulator to the X register. So the behavior update. Hang on. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cancel out the update. Let's just go with the initial the spawn function for now. So we're ignoring what's going on in the update enemies. You need the colors in front of the macros. I've never done that. I think you do. I've always used them anyway. Yeah, I've always used them. Let's have a look. Accumulate enemy type 1. X register should be our free index, which is 4, because we're counting backwards from the end. So the first free one is actually the last one in the list. Y register, the behavior offset spawn is the correct thing. So this looks like it should be behaving correctly. So what we need to know now is when we get to this function, what is actually going to call, because this here should be setting this to something else, and we've set it to 6,000 in memory, so we should see 6,000 here. So if I press F11, but we're not, we're seeing FFF, so something is going wrong here. This X value here is incorrect. So let's reload that again. I'm going to take the store out. We actually don't need that here. That's a very good point. So let's take that out. Actually, I don't think we need the debugger here as well. I think that was the problem. I think it was the fact that we were stored in the wrong places. When we call this, we're expecting both all of A, X, and Y to be used. So I'm gonna put this actually in here so we can see it. In fact, I'll leave it in both places for now. So we're expecting all of those to be used. We do need to do some shuffling around of them. We could probably rearrange this a little bit, but I'm going to leave it as it is for now. I'm not too fussed about cycles on this because... oh, the break works for you in C64 Debugger. Why doesn't it work for me then? What am I doing differently? Maybe I need to set my preferences up wrong. Steps after this, I'll have to get you to share your Sublime setup. I loop over X for each enemy. In the update, no, I've changed it to Y. And I store the Y here, and then load the Y here. And then in this core behavior here, I loop over. But once this routine is finished, I'm done with it. I don't care about any of the registers at that point. So in here, there's no loop, so it's fine. I should be able to store the Y in the behavior, store the X in the free index. That's correct. Load based on the free index the behavior of the enemy. Correct. Okay, this should work now. Boom, there we go. Right. So it doesn't look at a lot, but that white border means that this behavior was correctly triggered. So now we've got an on-spawn behavior. So we could set it so that the on spawn actually handles what frame to put. So we don't actually need to store much more. Oh god, where is it again? Enemies, there we go. We don't need to store much more in here. For instance, we don't need to store enemy frame because the behavior can handle that, because it knows at this point which one of these sprites it is based on this index, which we're sending in anyway here. We should always send the index in when we run the routine. We get whichever index we're looking at and we send that in. In fact, that should just be index, not free index, because it's a behavior, so it's not necessarily just been freed. It may be something that's already available. So when these behaviors run, the X register will be the index into the enemy array that we have. So whether it's sprite 1, sprite 1 and 2, 0 and 1, sorry, the players, will maybe make sprite 3 the crowd, which means it'll be sprite 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That will be in the X register. So any stuff we need to do with the sprites, we can do in here because we have the index to that. So we set the position based on our fractional and the values we have here. We will store these in here because we may want these to update outside of the behaviors. For instance, if we want to just apply a global gravity to them, we wouldn't necessarily do that in the behaviors. We could just have a global thing on that. Plus, we want to kind of keep track of fractional values as well. But things like the sprite and the color, for instance, they can be set in the spawn. So in the spawn, we would set up the color of the sprite. In the spawn, we would set up the current frame of the sprite, and any other data that we would need as well. So I think that's pretty much spot on for the spawn. So death we won't worry about until we've actually got a death routine. If we can get these two functions doing what we need them to do, then actually implementing the death will be really, really simple. So the only other thing we need to do now is implement the update again. So let's just go back to the update and make sure it's working. Let's turn it back on in here. Okay, so X has our enemy index. Sorry, that's a spawn enemy, isn't it? Update, here we go. So in the update, we're using the Y register. That's the only one we need to save. We're storing that ourselves in temp here. The enemy type, as in the one that we send into here, this one, we need in the accumulator, which we've where is it? There we go. Which we've done here. Blah blah blah. Max enemies. Yep. Enemy type. Okay, so we need this, what's in the Y register, to be in the X register, because we need free index. We need that to be in the X register. We store it in the Y here, so we can just immediately, instead of transferring it to there, we can just load the X with temp. That means we've now got Y is our behavior, which is correct, behavior offset. X is our free index, because this is the one that we found in here, which is there. And A is our enemy type, which we've stored there, so that should be correct now as well. We'll check that behavior by incrementing. We'll increment the background color. I'm not sure how that's going to look, because I think we've got a color split somewhere. So, but we should see the border go white, meaning the spawn has happened, and it's only happened once. We're using an increment, so if it happened more than once, we would see it flicker through past white. But we should see some background kind of flickering, some flashing in the background. It's probably going to just flash a small area rather than cycle through the colors. It's probably going to flash to grey or something like that, depending on where it is. Oh, I need to run the right one. okay. I'm not seeing any color change. So in fact, what I'm going to do, just to make sure, because that background color could be happening in the bottom of the border somewhere. So instead, I'm going to flash the sprite color. So we should see one of the player sprites flicker through the colors. And I've pressed start on the wrong one again. Yeah, there we go. So our player is flashing. So the outer border gone to white, so we know spawn happened, but it only happened once, which is correct. And the player is flashing, which means that the other routine is happening continuously, which is the update routine. So to give you an example of what we might put in the spawn, we might set the sprite pointer, we might set the sprite color, we might set up some initial state. So my enemy is walking left, my enemy is walking right, for instance. There may be some counters or some timers that we want to set up for that enemy. Those are the sort of things we'll do. It's an initialization function for that enemy. Then there's the we may also want to make the enemy kind of invulnerable for a few seconds, or change the kind of behavior of that enemy just during a spawn. So we would set flags and stuff there. On update is for everything that happens every frame. So the on update will be things like what does the enemy need to do next? Where is the collision? Is it on the ground? Is it next to a wall? If it's walking right and there's a wall to the right, turn the enemy around. If it's walking to the left and there's a wall to the left, turn the enemy left. Also, have I walked to the edge of a platform? If I'm at the edge of the platform, what do I do? Do I turn around and go the other way, or do I jump and do something else, or do I just simply drop off the platform? You could also have some random checks in, like, once every 50 frames or so, if there's a platform I can jump to above me, then jump up. That's the sort of thing you see a lot in Bubble Bobble. An enemy will walk along, and then every now and again, if the player is above, then it will jump up to try and get to the same level as you. On death would be something like score. So enemy 1 could have a macro in here that just says something like add score player, which could be passed in to via another register in here, maybe. The on death function, it depends on how we call it. Or whatever we decide to pass into the on death, as in which player has killed it or whatever. And then we could, there you go. So when it dies, it does that, and then start animation. There probably won't be macros for some of these things. Yeah, but this is the beauty of this system. It lets us do those things. Can you make the game full screen without a border? Yeah, as Colt says, the top and bottom of the screen are quite easy to do. They're not. The thing with the borders is you can only really put sprites there. You can't really do much more. You can put garbage in there, and you can kind of control the garbage to a certain extent, but it's not that easy. Hi Fistmaster2K4, welcome to the stream. So what people tend to do, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you very much, it's appreciated. What people tend to do is they tend to use it as an area for head-up display or some very basic kind of sprite stuff. Creatures 2 uses it to great effect, actually. On the very first level, you can see a sun and some birds flying around. They've got 3 sprites basically at the top, which kind of extends the background a little bit and creates a nice kind of feel up there. And then at the bottom, they use the bottom for the HUD, so there's 8 sprites at the bottom which make up the score. The sideborders you can use, but they're really not easy to use. As Colt says, it is quite difficult because you basically every single frame you need to be turning the borders off. Sorry, every line you need to be turning the borders off, and that in itself is let me think. What would that be? If you already had the values set at the minimum, it's going to be four cycles. Which means, you're using a 16th of your cycle time on a good line, just to remove the borders. On a bad line, you're using a quarter of your cycle time to do that, or around about that. And if you introduce sprites, it gets even worse as well. So So side borders is great for demos when you've got a very controlled environment, but when you're using when you're in a game and you've got a player controlling things, it's almost impossible to really. I mean, I'm not sure. I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure there's no. I'm fairly confident there's no games that use the side borders in that way. At least not full open side borders, anyway. Tommy K901, welcome to the stream, Tommy K901. That's a new name. I've not seen you before. Yes, this is assembly language. This is 6502 assembly language, specifically for the Commodore 64, using Kickassembler, which is what gives us our nice labeling and things. I'm going to remove this now because that's working. Right, on that note, I'm going to go and get another bottle of wine because I'm down to my last glass of this one. And then when I come back, we will let's see, what will we do? We'll actually get it to spawn some sprites in, so we'll add some sprite positions in. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, alright, so I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. Okay, let me... Possible to build a blank cycler to update each frame in a large group in 14. Keep it on the 1/6 cycle. That's not fine. The thing with the sideboarders is you need to have it on every single line. It's not, you can't do it. So what happens is as the scan line reaches the edge of the border, basically the way the trick works is you reduce to 38 columns instead of 40, and you flicker between the two. But if you do it at exactly the right point, it means that the Vic doesn't know to draw a border at that point. But it does that on every single line, and now that's okay if every line's a good line because you've got 63 cycles to play with. But you have some lines which are bad lines, which means that no matter what you do, you're going to lose about 40 cycles on that line. So you've only got 20 cycles to do that in. If you can skip bad lines, but if you skip bad lines, that means that the Vic won't fetch graphics. So that means you won't get updated character data. You might get, I'm not sure how bad lines work with sprite data, but you might not get character data on the screen. So I think the trick that a lot of them use is they use an NMI timer to do this. So they'll use a timer which is very exact and will fire exactly. We'll stabilize a raster and they will fire it at exactly the right point and do it. But it leaves them with maybe between 15 and 40 cycles to do stuff on the rest of the space. And it gets even more complicated because the only thing you can put in the side border is sprites. And the problem with that is when you display sprites, that changes how many cycles you get on that line, and it depends on which sprites you use. It's not a matter of what number of sprites you use, but which sprites you use. So if you use like sprites 1, 3, 5 and 7, you'll get more cycles than if you use 0, 2, 4 and 6, for instance. I mean, I'm probably completely wrong on that, but I know that it depends on which sprites you use, not just the number of sprites you use. So it's quite a complicated thing to do, and that's why they're not really used that much. It's fine for demos, but it's a little bit too much, I think, to do in a game. With a demo, it's easy because you can control the variables. You're in full control. The only user input is flipping the disk over when you go to the second thing. Not quite. It's to do with the way the data is fetched for the sprites. Hang on, my cat's a bit. Now and again, I hear a crash in the other room, and I wonder. It might not be that. It might even be different numbers than that. I'm trying to make a point that it's not to do with particularly consecutive number of sprites or whether you use the lower set of sprites or the higher set of sprites. It seems to be a kind of very... I mean, there's some really good articles online around it that explain it, and I've still not completely read them. It's to do with the way that the Vic actually fetches sprite data and fetches background data as well. That's why VSP is really hard to do if you've got a sprite going off the top of the screen, because you need a very stable raster to be able to trick the Vic into scrolling the entire screen left and right instead of just using the hardware 8-pixel scroll. So if a sprite goes off the top of the screen, it changes the timing needed for that stable raster. Which is why in games like Creatures and Mayhem, where they do use the VSP trick, the player sprite will never go off the top of the screen. It will always bounce off the top of the screen, and that's why it does that, because if it does go off the top of the screen, then all the stable timing gets screwed up, and you have to counter that somehow. Yeah, they can be broken, they can be gotten around, and certainly in demos it's an easy thing to do because you have full control. But when you start giving the player control of things, and the player can do things, and the player can kind of affect the number of sprites on the screen and where they're placed, that becomes an almost impossible task. I mean, I won't say it is impossible. I'm sure if one of the kind of the best demo coders out there was to spend some time thinking about that with a game, they could make it work, definitely. But it's not going to be easy at all. Okay, right. Let's start putting some sprite data in. So let's have a look at our sprites. I mean, at the moment we've just got not that one. This one. This is our sprite set at the moment. For now, it doesn't really matter if we've got enemy sprites or not. We still need to kind of flesh this out with the other player sizes and the enemies and things like that. Yeah, exactly, Hayes. It's not an easy thing to do, and it does take an incredible demo coder to do it. I've never done the sideboarder trick. I know how to do it, but I can't think of anything I could do using that trick that would be anything usable or that would look decent. So I've just never used it. So, and I'm not a demo coder either. Even though I understand how a lot of the tricks work, I'm not a demo coder. So we'll just use one of these sprites as an enemy for now. We'll just spawn it in a location, and then we'll see if we can change its behavior so it does various things. I'm going to leave these in for now. Actually, yeah, I'll leave these in for now. So when we spawn the enemy, at the moment we're doing it in our initialization, which is fine. We will want to do this during the gameplay at some point, but for now it's absolutely fine to do it in here. So we're spawning an enemy, and that's it. We're not setting any position or anything. So I think what we need to do, we need a position. I'm just going to write position in here for now. We'll change this to something, and a position Y. Now, sprites can be 0 to 512. So this is actually going to be divided by 2. I think that makes the most sense for us, just for the initial placement of the sprite. Internally, it won't store as that, and when it moves, it won't move in 2-pixel jumps. It's just for its initial placement. I think we should send it in as this, because this makes this simple. You send in a sprite type, you send in an X and a Y, and that's it, and then it spawns the enemy in that location. So let's assume that. Let's put 100 in here, and let's put 100 in here. Well, let's put 80 in here, so it's different. And let's make that work in the spawn enemy routine. So this is our spawn enemy routine. Just gonna separate this out. I'm gonna remove that now because that's kind of working with the behaviors. Let's close this up a little bit. Cool. So the first thing we need to do is we need to store those values somewhere. So our core behavior is using temp 3 and 2. We actually don't need to use anything until we call behaviors. So I'm just going to create some labels up here. I'm going to call it sprite X. I'm going to put that in temp 1. Doesn't really matter because it's going to be used before anything else gets called. We're pushing the accumulator onto the stack and using it here, so we don't need to store that, but we do need to store X. And we do need to store y. Actually, we probably don't need to store y because it's not being used here, but should be that anyway. Yeah, all right. Let's. We don't need y. We just need x. So we'll store the y value first because that's unchanged. I don't think we can do store y comma x. Let me just double check that on the opcodes list. This is the list that I use for checking opcodes. I can just do a store x and check in here. There it is. And yes, indeed, it doesn't have an absolute x or an absolute y. The only one that has an absolute y is x or accumulator. X can't do x comma y. You can do, sorry, you can't do y comma x. You can do, oh, you can't do x comma, yeah, okay. So neither x, no, storing x nor storing y allows you to do indexed addressing, at least not direct indexed addressing. So we will transfer y to the accumulator and then store that at enemy position y1, comma x. We need to leave x as it is because x is our enemy index as it says there, and that's how we set those values up. We also need to reset our fractional value. There we go. So now we've got our enemies stored in the Y position correctly. Now we need to load in our sprite X value. And our sprite X value is in half values. So we're passing in 100, but it's actually at 200 on the screen. So we need to remember that when we're spawning things. In fact, I'm going to put their half value. And so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to double it. So we're going to shift everything to, let me think, to the left. Should know this by now. And then we're going to store that at enemy position X1. There we go. X. Spelling mistake. Oh, I'm feeling the wine this time. You know what, as well, I brought the rest of my really bad tequila, but there's not a lot there and I don't have a mixer for it. So I thought, what can I do? What can I mix this with? I like tequila with orange. That's what I really like drinking. But I don't have any orange. I do have, however, is triple sec, which is orange flavoured liqueur. So I thought I might try some shots of tequila, and in fact I'm going to try one now. See what it's like. Finish this wine. This is going to get messy, I know it is. But I'm only going to put a little bit in because I don't want too much. I'm going to do quite small ones, but I'm going to do half tequila, half triple sec. Not like this. Yeah, it is like, oh shit, that was too much. Quite as much. Now it's soaking into my mouse mat. Jesus Christ. Okay, this could be absolutely terrible, so... Alright. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to test it, and as long as it's running, I'm going to commit it, because it'll start getting messy in it. Right off the bottom of my... Jesus, whatever's in that triple sec is absolutely cleaned my mouse mat unbelievably. Right, cheers guys. Hey, whoa. Oh yeah, I won't be drinking many of them. Oh. Oh. wow, okay. Right now, the world to me is very much like that. Oh, that's interesting, because it's got the kick of tequila, but it's got this weird kind of Terry's chocolate orange aftertaste to it. It's yeah, it's a strange one. Right, so the second bottle of wine is a Sauvignon Blanc. I think I've had this one before actually. It's a chili Sauvignon Blanc. Show it on the camera there. I need another scene with a bigger camera, don't I? Can see things a bit better. If I remember rightly, this is quite a harsh one, so hopefully this will slow me down a bit. Yeah, it is. It's just, yeah, I remember that one. Okay. Whew. Oh god, it's making me shiver still, that. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, so we've got our enemy Y position. We stored the higher byte, the low byte of our enemy X position. We haven't stored the fractional value yet. Let me just separate that out so you can actually see what's going on. Let's put some Y position. Ooh, it's left a funny aftertaste. That I'm not that keen on that. I think I need some nuts or something just to take the kind of tang off. Alan shivers, yeah. Ooh. We set the type, set the Y position, set the X position. So at the moment we're just setting the lower byte of the enemy X position, but we have shifted everything to the left. So the carry bit will be set if the upper byte needs to be set. So what we can do now, if the carry bit is set, we can load the accumulator with 0, and then we can roll the carry bit into that. So if we use roll left, now the recognizable, whatever. So we set 0, but if the carry bit is set and we do a roll, the carry will move into that position. So instead of 0, we'll end up with 1. So if the carry bit wasn't set, we'll have 0. If the carry bit was set, we'll have 1. And that means we can store that then in X2, which is our upper byte. And then finally we just need to, again, as we did up here, reset the fractional value. So that isn't changed. So that everything starts in the same place. And there we go, that's setting our position. So now we can set our position based on these two things. And this is what that's doing. And then we call spawn, which comes in here and does what it needs to do. So in our behavior, now we can either set the position in the on spawn, but I think we probably don't need to set it on the on spawn, because on spawn really is just setting the initial properties of things. The on update is still going to get called. The on update is going to get called every frame. So as long as we call the on update, that is when the sprite will appear, and that's when we will see things. So I think to make things simpler, rather than having this kind of repeated over and over again in both places, we'll just do in the update. We will then grab those values and set them in the sprites. However, what we do want to do is in here, we do want to set the pointer. So we know that the X value is passed in at this point, and that the sprite pointers are at, I can't remember where they are now. Let me have a look. Where's our assets? Where are they loaded? Maps. There we go. Assets. Sprite pointers. Oh, it's actually called sprite pointers, and it's in a normal place. Okay, so behaviors. There we go. So let's work out what our sprites are. Let's have a look. Our sprites start at around about this location, I think, if we're loading them into the correct place. I don't actually see them being... Oh no, they're loaded in here. So they're loaded in at D00, which starts at 64. So let's just put 64 as our sprite pointer for now. And we're not storing it at this location because this is player 1. So player 1 is 0, player 2 is 1. We'll have a crown at sprite 2. So this is sprite 3. So we'll do +3, and we'll use X as our index because that's our actual the free sprite index that's used, and we'll store that there. And then in our update, so we'll get rid of this now because we'll be able to see if that happens. We'll get rid of this one. In our update, we need to actually update the sprite with the information. This is where a macro is going to come in handy. So this is where I'm going to actually start creating macros. So macros, how do they work? So a macro in Kickassembler, you define it by using .macro, then you give it a name. We'll call this one position enemy. And it works like, if you've used any kind of C style language, it works kind of like that. So this is the equivalent of the word function in JavaScript or Java. This is the function name, and this is the parameter list. You always, even if you pass no parameters, you still need these brackets here, just to say there are no parameters. This is what this kind of pattern here. This whole pattern defines a function in JavaScript, in C, and in macros in Kickassembler. And then we can pass some parameters in here. We're actually not going to pass any in because all we're going to do is we're going to say position enemy. Oops. That's hell I've been drinking. Now, at this point, the X register is set. And a macro, what it does is it replaces this piece of code with the code that lives between these within this block, between these parentheses, what are they called? Curly brackets. I can't remember what people call them. And because the X register is set, that means we can immediately start using the X register here. So what we will do is we will load the value that is in enemy position x1. We don't care about x0 because that is our fractional value, and we basically ignore the fractional value. That is just used to move things slowly. It's something we covered way back in like episode 6 or 7 or something when we were doing the player movement. It was actually an idea of Acmafin's based on something in an Azork stream. I'd never even thought of doing it before, and it's really obvious. So I'm kind of pleased and grateful to Acmafin for mentioning that. Basically, it allows you to take a 16-bit number or an 8-bit number and extend it by an extra 8 bits and have the lower 8 bits of that number just be a fractional value. So basically, you just count that value from 0 to 255, and when it overflows, then you increment the next 8 bits, so that the kind of lower, the actual kind of non-fractional value gets incremented by 1 when that ticks around. And what that does is it gives you 256 fractional values for that value, which is kind of nice. It means, and it's going to be very useful for our game, and actually it's kind of integral to why we chose the kind of the way that we're going to speed up and slow down the players. So, I mean, to give you some insight, in Doc 2, I don't use fractional values, and I wish I had. Now I know about them, I just thought, I can't believe I didn't do this, because it would have made my life a lot easier. So Doc has, actually only has 1 walk speed, but fractional values would have been better for the scroller. But at the moment, the scroller doesn't use that, so the scroller can move at 1, 2, or 4 pixels per second, and that's it. There's no fractional values in between. But with this, we can move a character at, 3/4 of a pixel per second, or 80% of a pixel per second. We can really fine adjust that, and it means we can adjust the speed of the player based on how much they've eaten and how fat they are, which will really give it should create a nice feeling, I think, in the gameplay. I think it should add to it, and it's a kind of natural catch-up mechanism. Without us having to do very much, actually. So, like in games like Mario Kart, the catch-up mechanism, actually, to go back further than Mario Kart. So if you look at some of the early 2-player racing games on the PlayStation and stuff, the catch-up mechanism was based on if the player's behind, then they get like a 5% speed boost, and that was the early kind of catch-up mechanism. But obviously that's got its disadvantages, because of what that means is you can kind of hang just behind the player, just behind the first place player, deliberately kind of slowing down to keep behind him, and then use that speed boost to take over him at the last minute. Then they changed that based on how far away you were from the last player, so you would get an incremental kind of speed boost depending on how far away you were from the last player, which is great. That was a much better solution, but it still feels a little bit wrong when 2 players are very close to each other, but 1 player is still catching on the other. So what games like Mario Kart did was, instead of making the catch up based on speed, the catch up was based on pickups. So if you're really far behind in Mario Kart, what happens is the tables that decide which pickups you get from your pickups, like which power-ups you get from your pickups, change. And so, for instance, the player who's in first place will never get a blue shell, neither will probably player in the second or third place. But a player who's in last place is likely to get a blue shell or to get red shells. They're less likely to get bananas, they're less likely to get green shells, and they're more likely to get red shells and blue shells. So the catcher mechanic was kind of finely crafted around this. But what I like about this is this kind of speed mechanic where the player who's eaten more will be slower. They're already ahead because they've eaten more, but that means that they now are going to have they're going to have a much more difficult time getting to the next score, and it should be a natural catch-up mechanic, I hope. Anyway, we might have to tweak it a little bit, but I think it should be pretty good. Anyway, there's enough of that. Right, so we're positioning the enemy, so we know what the X register is because we've been passed it in. We will store this. We're going to store it in temp 8. And the reason I'm going to store it in temp 8 is because this can be called, I think when we're dealing with macros, these can be called anywhere in these. And what aliases we set up for these can completely depend on the function that we're doing it in. So I think it's better to work from the end backwards for these things. So we're just going to store the index just in case we need it later on. Is there. Okay, so we're going to load the accumulator, and the reason why we need to store it here is because the first thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to convert that index. So the sprites are laid out in memory, X and Y position. It goes X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, X, Y instead of X, 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 Y, 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 Y. The same reason that when we create these, we create them in different positions and not like enemy 1 would be type position X, position Y. Unfortunately, that's not the way that the Vic stores sprites. The Vic stores sprites in XY pairs. So what that means we need to do is, in our behavior here, we need to double the value that we send in with X. And the reason we need to double it is because when we actually store this value, if we just did it like this, actually sprite 0 would store in the X of sprite 0, but sprite 0 would sprite 1 would store in the Y of sprite 0. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically, because they're not consecutive X values, it's XY pairs, you have to double that value because this is the index, and the index when it comes to X and Y pairs is doubled. So we need to do this. We also need to add, our sprite is 3, but because it's doubled we need to times it by 2. I'm going to do that, so it's obvious why we're doing that. And that stores our enemy X position. Then we need to do the same with the enemy Y position. Oops. Which is exactly the same thing, but we need to do it with 1. Now, That's great, but that doesn't account for our MSB. So I'm actually just going to put an RTS in here just to show you what I mean. I'm going to load that back again. Yeah, so we need to load that back because we doubled it here. We should load it back before we return. With these macros, we want to make sure that the index that we pass in is always returned. X is always going to be our index. So we need to make sure if we pass an index in, that the same index gets returned. So all we're doing here is positioning the enemy, and that's what this is doing. Setting the sprite pointer. So hopefully now we should see a sprite on our screen. If we don't, then we just need to enable the right number of sprites. And they might not be enabled at this point. And it's not playing because that's on. If this does, yeah, it's not working, so let me go and have a look. Wow, that did some crazy stuff. Are you missing a TAX after the ASL? I probably am. I'm drinking so much at the moment, it's very likely. Oh yes, yeah, you of course are right, correct. So yeah, so what Foray is saying is I transferred it to, the reason I had to transfer it to the accumulator was because the arithmetic shift and the logical shift right don't happen on anything other than the accumulator, but it's the X index I care about, which is what's being used here. So obviously I had to actually set them, set it, shift it, and then put it back again. Transfer it, then shift it back again. This should be fixed. Why is it failing? What's going on there? Am I not doing an RTS at the end? Maybe that's what it is. Oh yeah, I shouldn't be doing that. So the thing with a macro is it's not a function. So this isn't a function. This is just code that's put into this location. So putting an RTS is wrong at the end because it's the equivalent of doing this. It's the equivalent of copy pasting that code into that location. So there shouldn't be an RTS on the end. You're doing a very good job, Foray. It's not the first thing you've caught as well. You've done pretty good. All right, I'm still getting a bug here though. Let's work out what's going on. We are starting to get into kind of tricky territory here. So let's just comment that out. Make sure that the rest of the code is working. If the rest of the code is working, then we know that that function is doing something incorrect. Okay, so that's not working. So now we need to think about why that's not working. Let's comment out the sprite pointers. Okay, there's something odd going on. So let's take a look. Let's take a look a little bit backwards. So this is our on spawn. This is our on update. They're both called RTS. Too much blood in the alcohol. Yeah, I think it is. You should be using a label. That's a very good point actually. I do have a label already, so I'll do that. In fact, let's do that now quickly before I go and have a look. Like so, there we go. Ah, thank you for the follow, Omnipotent Celestial Being. Oh, okay. We have an omnipotent celestial being. I'm impressed that I could read that. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Fistmaster 2K4. I didn't see that one. Thank you very much. It's probably away from my. Okay, so why are we getting a problem here? So let's start back at the very beginning. Okay, so we've got an update enemies function here, which is what's calling. We blank this out, we should probably stop the bug because now we're no longer in that bug. Oh, hang on. I'm using a label, so I need to actually use the reference, the namespace for that label. Oh, we're still getting a bug there. Okay. Is it our initialize function then? The only thing we've added is these two. So if I cancel those two out, we should stop. Yeah, okay. So, as with any coding, I think it's especially so in assembly language, it's kind of like keeping a stack record in your head of what you've added, and then basically removing things from that stack until it stops breaking. So something in this initialize function is breaking things. So let's go and have a look. Let's re-enable it so we can test it. Let's go and have a look at what it's actually doing. I can hear myself a bit more. So our initialize is doing it's taking an A, an X and a Y value, it's spawning an enemy, and then it's returning, and that's all it's doing. So let's go and have a look at spawn enemy. So this is our spawn enemy routine. So if we just put an RTS here, so we immediately exit from that, does it work? Yeah, Git has definitely made it easier to kind of spot those things as well, but I think you kind of learn to just kind of keep a record in your head of what you've changed. That just happens naturally, I think. Okay, so we're storing enemy positions, then we're calling, let's return before we call the behavior, and let's see what happens. Okay, yep, so it's to do with the behavior. You hard-coded an address of the routine that's overwriting something. Behavior is no longer hard-coded. That's been taken out. Should just be jumping into the right routine. I don't think I hard-coded it though. I'm using the self mod to do that in here. This is self-modding. Let's put a breakpoint in just before that, just to make sure that that's actually calling 0600 at that point. So on behavior spawn. Oh, I've never used git bisect. Okay, I've used git blame quite a lot. Okay, yeah, look, so this actually hasn't set the values correctly at this point, which is why we're seeing that weird error. So at this point here, the values are wrong. So let's make sure that the values are correct before we call it. So again, oops. Was that not calling there? Oh, it's done some weird. What? Where's that? 120 in enemies. Oh, okay, that's weird. Yeah, I've never used git bisect. I'm gonna have to look that up. So how is it different from git blame or so? Unknown symbol self mod. I've broken something drastically here. Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay, let me. Feeling quite dizzy as well. I think I do need to slow down a little bit. Oh, okay. So we've set a breakpoint up in enemies at the core behavior here. So we're expecting these values to be set in the in Kickassembler. So what do we have? We have accumulator enemy type 0, so that's incorrect. So at this point, accumulator is incorrect. And the reason for that is because this X and Y position is now set. So even though we are setting the enemy type here, we're setting the Y and X position, so I'm just going to move the enemy type to the end, and then that means it gets called here, and that's the fix. So this is what I mean about kind of remembering what you did and then just working your way backwards through that system. Close that down. Hopefully this should init correctly. Okay, so it looks like it's initialized correctly. Let's enable the update as well. How about we switch the dissect session and make a game session? You only do it. Well, there's two reasons to not do that. Firstly, I dissect on a Thursday, and I work on a Friday, so I can't drink like I do on a Saturday on a Thursday. That's not going to happen. Secondly, I actually do. It seems it might. Sometimes it doesn't work, but the majority of the time I actually do better when I've had a drink. So I think maybe the tequila triple sec was a little bit a step too far, but I'm going to save most of that for the 2 AM kind of gameplay stream. I don't know what I'm going to play yet, by the way. Good point actually, guys. If you've got any suggestions of what you want me to play at 2 o'clock, please let me know. I've got C64, Amiga and PC Engine, as well as PC as well, which I can play at that point. So I want to do a working break test to see, so I will, but to be honest, that's the sort of thing I'm going to do tomorrow. So the kind of nitty-gritty of how things work is something I can't do when I've had a drink. Code in itself, 6502, is something my brain can just work out. But the kind of config stuff, no, that'll have to be tomorrow, I'm afraid. Okay, so this looks like it's working, but I think what's happening is we're not actually enabling the correct number of sprites. Okay, there's some kind of bot spam follow going on because I've just got like 100 follows. Oh crap, how do I deal with that then? Because somebody is spam following me now. Oh, which is going to just carry on for ages. Okay, go to the suggestions room, guys. If any of you got a suggestion about how I deal with this, please let me know, because that's kind of great to say the least. Yeah, if you click on the stream chat button at the top and go to suggestions, there's another room, and hopefully you can kind of communicate with me about what the hell I'm supposed to do about this, because this is kind of pointless, very frustrating as well. I'm going to continue doing stuff anyway while it goes on, but yeah, if you guys have got any solutions, please let me know. In fact, you know what? I'm going to take a very, very early break. I know it's like 10 minutes earlier, but I'm going to take a little break. If you want to spam some stuff in suggestions about how on earth I'm supposed to deal with these idiots, then I'd be very grateful. In the meantime, I'm just going to take 5 minutes out. Alright, be right back, guys. And I'm back. Oh god, there's still follows going on. What the hell? I apologise, guys, for the constant alert spam. I guess that's going to go on until whatever the hell just happened stops. Well, it's in a queue, I guess. Yeah, it's just the backlog. Okay. Let me read. Oh, you guys actually have managed to chat at the end, so that's good. Google Translate tells me we will protect our homeland. Seriously. Could disable the overlay. Yeah, I could. I can remember how on earth I do that. If it doesn't stop in the next 5 minutes, then I'll get rid of it. I'm not entirely sure how I would do it from this location. Let me try. Right, there we go. I've disabled it for now. Oh, there was. Okay, thank you, Huge Anonymous. Thank you for following. I'm sorry I didn't spot it. It was in a barrage of follows from bots. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, not thank you for the follow. I mean, there's not a lot I can do, really, is there? It's kind of frustrating that that's a possible thing as well. Oh, thank you, Fistmaster2K4. It's kind of ridiculous that that's the thing, but I mean, whatever. Anyway, okay, so where we at? Okay, so this little Vice monitor window I've got up here that you can't see the contents of. I was just checking what the sprites enabled is set to, and it's set to 3, which means only the first 2 sprites are enabled. So yeah, how many follows have I got now? That's a very good point, actually. What have I actually suddenly achieved? Oh, it's not updated with that anyway. Oh no, I do. I've suddenly gained 1,300 extra followers. Why would they do that? What is the point of it? What purpose does it serve? Oh, unmuted myself. I don't want to hear myself on stream. There we go. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah. Yeah, strange. Also, my suggestions room stopped updating at that point as well, so I didn't see any of the extra chat that you guys had sent. So let me just have a look. Make us mods. We have to ban them one by one. Yeah, maybe I should set up some mods at some point. Do I get more remotes? Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe I've earned some extra remotes. So I'll have a look after the stream. Yeah, I mean it's. I'll just ban them for any mode. Okay. Yeah, I think. Well, I mean this is a reason to set up mods. Is it? I've not bothered setting any up at the moment, so. Yeah, alright. I'll have a chat with people. If you guys are interested in being mods on my channel, if you let me know in Discord, I'll try and set that up after the stream at some point. I did set my son up as a mod on the channel, but he hasn't showed himself for a while, so yeah, if you guys want to help out and help moderate the channel, then yeah, just let me know on Discord. I'll sort it out after the stream. Well, it'll be tomorrow now. I'm feeling quite drunk Well, let's calm down with another shimmer. Let's try not to spill it all over my mouse mat this time. So we were at the point with the game where we've got the correct values being set, but the sprites weren't enabled, so we just need to make sure that all the sprites are enabled, which should be fine. There'll be somewhere there'll be a set of that value. We just need. Also, I don't think triple sec is really what I should be using. Mixer, 40% volume. Treating it like a mixer, but it's actually more than the tequila. The tequila is 38% and this is 40%. So anyway. Yeah, I think it was like huge and anonymous. I did actually say a little bit further back. Just have a look in my list now if I can see it now. I can't see it unfortunately. It's kind of screwed up my OBS history as well, weirdly. Anyway, cheers guys. Whew. Oh, the Shalan Shimmer really should be what happens to me after I drink that. Oh, wow. Anyway, cheers guys for sticking around during that. That's a bit annoying. Okay, so I'm gonna have a look to see where we set that value. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be set up here somewhere. If it's not, it appears not to be, which is quite annoying. Let's just have a look to see if we can find where D015 is set. So D015 is the number of sprites that should be enabled. A sprite enable there, you can see there. Oops, that's my find results. So that's the intro. Oh, here's those. Oh, let's search for sprite enable then. Whew, that was really strong. Right, little tip for you guys: if you need to make something that tastes like a tequila sunrise, don't use triple sec as you make. It's stronger than the tequila. Oh. Here it is. So it's in player. So we need to move it out of player. That's not the right place for it. Here. So it's this line here. This is incorrect. So this is just setting the enable to these sprites. Now, I mean, I could set all the sprites here. But I don't think it's the right place to do that. That should probably be in our startup. So we're going to start. So we're setting the extended background colors here. So we'll just set the sprite enable here as well. This man was so proud about it. He came in bragging about it in his channel a week and so I banned him. And rightfully so as well. I mean, why be proud of that? I mean, it's not hard to write a script to do that. It's not exactly cybersecurity 101 or anything. I mean, it's less than that. It's nothing. Okay, so we have got all sprites enabled. That's fine, but I'm not seeing anything. So this top row, oh, you can't see it actually. Am I that bigger? No, I can't. Okay, so the last sprite should actually have these values set, and it's not. So let's go and have a look at what's going on. Let's go back to our behaviors. Position enemy should be getting called. Oh, it's not. I've commented it out. There we go. Still not seeing any enemy though. Let's just have a look. Still nothing set in here as well. I'm going to go into our behavior in the on update, and I'm going to call an increase border just to make sure that the border gets updated. Update enemies is being called here. I just want to make sure that the on update function is getting called. If it's not, then it's probably something else I've got a problem with. Okay, it is being called. So go into our behaviors. Position enemy is this one here. Okay, so let's have a look. So we should be loading this position. I'm going to put a break here just to make sure that we actually get that position. The whole Russia kind of hacking thing is kind of funny because, like Colt says in the suggestions room, it's not like Russia has huge penetration when it comes to the number of computers that they have available. Yet there are a very elite group of people in Russia that do cause many problems. So I was at a security seminar at a company called Akamai, who do a lot of the kind of global internet CDN stuff, just over the road from us actually in Piccadilly in London. And they have what they call a NOC room. It's like a global operations room, where you can view different kind of cybersecurity attacks and where they originate from. And it was really interesting to look at their list of kind of countries that are responsible for cyber attacks. And weirdly, the top of the list was not Russia, it was not China, it was America, and it was Virginia in America, which points to CIA. That the kind of number of malicious attacks on IP seems to be highest from the CIA kind of area, Langley in Virginia. And then it was China, Russia, and I think Netherlands was in there as well. I think Holland was quite a common one, and then a few other ones which were obviously VPNs from like places like Cayman Islands and stuff like that. It was an interesting thing to watch as well. Akamai are a very cool company. If you ever get the chance to work for those guys, I would definitely recommend it. They're a very cool company to work for. Okay, right. So we've stuck a breakpoint in. The breakpoint in is at. Where did I put it? I forgot where I put it now. So I put it in here. Update enemies. Wasn't the call behavior? Oh no, it's in the behaviors. That's right. It's in here. Okay. Okay. So at this point, the accumulator should be the enemy position, and the accumulator is 0. Well, this is Y, because that should be (X). However, we should probably make it (Y), and the reason I say that. I'm going to store the Y in here, and I'm going to call it store Y. I'm going to transfer the X to the accumulator, then I'm going to transfer the accumulator to Y. That means I don't need to do this because it's already in the accumulator. And then I'm going to load Y with store Y. Yeah, I wasn't doing any actually index checking in here as well, so that's why. I think Hayes is right. I mean, there's pretty much nothing Twitch is going to do about this, really. It's not like it's a sustained attack. I mean, it was sustained in the fact that it happened for 10 minutes or so, or 5 or 10 minutes. But it's not sustained as in it's ongoing. It has ended, so they're not really going to do a lot about it. They may ban the IPs, but I very much doubt they'll even do that, to be honest. I mean, certainly from my point of view, if I was presented with this, I wouldn't even bother banning the IPs. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. Let me remove this break, because this should be happening now. Oh, Fluebits is disconnected. Let me reconnect to Fluebits. Oh, I'm getting connection error on Fluebits. Error getting Fluebits workspace. Get address info failed. Are you guys still connected? Just give me a little hint in chat if you can still hear me and stuff. Okay, maybe you can't hear me. Don't tell me that's gone as well now. Fucking internet now, God's sake. Okay, cool. Ah, God, honestly. It's like no matter what I do, something wants to stop me doing this. Okay, cool. At least we're back. Okay, so at the moment I'm just checking to see what values are being passed into the behavior function. And the behavior function seems to be passing the correct values at this point. So at the moment we're storing the accumulator in our sprite X, which is C8, which is 200, which is double the value that we passed in the init. Is here 100. Correct. I'm just going to step through this to make sure that the position Y is set. So position Y is 50, which is in decimal, that's 80, so that's correct. And then it exits. Okay, so we should be good at this point. So let me get rid of the breakpoints and let's have a look what's going on. So we've got a breakpoint in the behavior. Do you know what? I spend less time doing this on .cosmos than I do on this. I don't know why. I think it must be the alcohol. I'm absolutely sure it's the alcohol. Seriously, it's gone again. No, I've got internet. There's definite internet there. Oh, I can see Mr. Cola and Amiga Bill. That looks cool. Also, Cola, that Amiga Bill t-shirt, that Commodore t-shirt is awesome. I want that. I've got the very kind of standard Commodore 64 t-shirt. I've not got one like that. Like that. I kind of want that. Definitely high if you can sigh Bill and Cola. I'm just definitely high if you can see Bill and Cola. Oh, I'm looking on Twitter. I was just checking my internet to see if I still had connection. Okay, I'm kind of getting to the point where I just want to fix this problem that we've got now, and then just play games. I'm kind of annoyed by the whole Russia invasion thing. It's kind of put me off a little bit now. Okay, so we're still setting in the player. We're still setting this. So I'm gonna. Oh no, that's multicolor. That's fine. Probably need to change that at some point, but that's fine for now. So let's just see what happens if we run this game. Let's go and check the registers. Let's run it in the disassembler. Pretty sure they were sent by Trump. Well, if anybody's got control over Russian operatives, it would be Trump, right? So you can see nothing's been set in this here. I would expect this to have been changed to something. And it's not been changed. Its position has been changed. So you can see its position. Its X position is 200. Its Y position is 80. But the sprite itself is still at C00. So it's like the sprite pointer hasn't been set. So let's close that and go and have a look at the freeze again. Gone. Seriously. Just a hiccup. I didn't know. You know what? This is probably Sky. Sky are terrible, so I don't trust their internet at all. I'm kind of eagerly awaiting my next upgrade for my phone. So I have the Pixel 3 XL at the moment, and I'm hoping that the Pixel 4, when it's announced in October, has 5G. And if it does, and I get a decent 5G connection here, I'm going to switch from Sky to 5G, because I don't see the point in having a landline connection if your mobile connection can produce 10 times the speed from it. So as long as I can get a decent latency and a decent kind of consistency of connection from them, then I'm going to go with 5G. Oh man. I have no idea if you guys are connected now or not. It's okay. So what was not connected? The sprite pointer was not set. Also, the sprite pointer was not set, but I couldn't see the sprite on screen either. So I'm just gonna try and make sure. Okay, so our sprite enabled, yes. Everything seems to be enabled, but everything is down here at the moment. However, X position and Y position would imply that it should not be enabled, which is maybe this one here. No, there's no reason. It's just not being displayed for some reason. Oh no, there it is. It's there. It is there. It is there, but it's the wrong thing. So let me just try that in normal mode. Let's check over the doors. Can you guys hear me at the moment? Yeah, there it is over the doors. I can see it. Oh, for God's sake. errors now. I don't know what to do. I mean, what am I supposed to do at this point? I'm gonna continue on. I'm gonna, at the very least, I'm gonna fix this from showing the right. If I can get the code into a point where it's showing what it should be showing, the code is behaving as it should, then I'm happy. And yeah, take a drink and smile. Yes, exactly. If I can get it to that point, then I'm happy. Then I will just switch to PC Engine. I will just play some games and worry about the rest tomorrow. This was fine until the Russians invaded, right? It's like Ukraine, it was fine until the Russians invaded. Okay, cheers guys. So I just need to work out why that sprite pointer is not working, so okay, so in our behaviors is where we set the sprite pointer, I believe. Oh no, we don't set the sprite pointer there. I mean, there you go, it's solved now. That was super easy. I feel like I need more than that. I've got like yeah, there we go, we've got the correct sprite in there. And if we go into player and grab the sprite multicolor, let's go and grab this chunk of code and go and stick this in here as well. So at the moment it's just setting the sprite multicolor in the player, and it's only setting it for the player itself, whereas we should be setting it as a global thing in here like that. So now we should see technically a third player up near the doors, which we do. You can see it there. There we go. And we can just double check that that's working by in our sprite update function, which is here. Here. We can increment the enemies. Enemies dot enemy. Let's do that position like that, and there we go. So now we should see our enemy scroll in the Y position. What is it you're drinking? I've been trying to buy a specific whiskey forever, and they were always out of order. Also, that's not doing, but I'll get back to that in a minute. And they had it just ball. I'm just drinking wine at the moment. Oh well, actually no. Right, I'm drinking this wine, which is Chilean Sauvignon Blanc, and then occasionally I've been having probably the worst tequila I've ever drunk. No mixer, and just using Debugger triple sec with it as well. Is a really bad idea, by the way, guys. I would not recommend using triple sec as a mixer instead of orange juice. Tastes the same, but it's really strong. You cut there, did you mean to copy? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh no, I have to finish it. Yeah, I paid for it, I have to finish it. It's awful as well. It's honestly, it's the worst tequila I've ever drunk. It's disgusting. Which is why I'm mixing it with triple sec. I mean, this is good quality triple sec. This is the sort of stuff you will use for your cocktails. From Holland, I believe. Let me check. Yeah, from Holland. However, you can't make a tequila sunrise with it. I think the point of the tequila sunrise is it has to dilute the tequila somewhat, but the fact is that makes it stronger, so... Oh, okay. Okay, Booney. Oh yes, I meant to cut it out and paste it here instead. Yeah, that's fine. And welcome to the stream, Booney64. I hope you're enjoying it. And I've drunk as much as you. Good, man. I've had a bottle and a half or so of wine and like 2 shots of tequila. It's De Cooper. I think both are Dutch, aren't they? Actually, so yeah. Okay, cool. Right, let's continue. Yeah, I mean, I can tell actually from OBS. I can tell a lot of people went when I lost connection. So I apologise for anybody watching the VOD that was watching and lost connection. The Russia connection, the Russia attack has kind of screwed things up a little bit. It's just a small thing, but why or it when are you setting it to 255? Okay, why am I setting it to 255? So you're on about these values here. So because the sprites for the players and the sprites for all the sprites are going to be enabled and all the sprites are going to be multicolor. It's as simple as that. Originally we were just setting it in the player function, but it was the wrong place to set it. So now we're doing it as part of the startup for the game. On startup it's going to set all sprites to be enabled and all sprites to be multicolor, and that's correct now. The problem we've got at the moment is they don't seem to be updating our enemy position correctly, which is a little bit worrying because it's because we're not putting the $X on like that. I've got to remember that everything should be indexed with X because X is the index that gets passed to these, and without it we don't set anything. So at the moment without the $X, our player is just static, and this because this is actually index 4, and an increment without the X is going to actually increment index 0. So you read a value and or it, but it will always 255. That's a very good point actually. So let's go and do that now. That's a save of a couple of bytes there. So I'm loading a value, I'm ORing it with 255, and then I'm setting it. Whereas what I can just do is that instead, and that saves us like 6 bytes or so. So actually it saves us got rid of 2 bytes, we've got rid of 2, 3, 5, 7 bytes. That saved us 7 bytes, so that's good. You're sobering up. Oh, you need some more drink. Get some more drink down here. And there we go, our player is moving up and down the screen perfectly. Cool, so our behaviours are kind of working as we want them to do. So as I said at the beginning of the stream, the aim of the next kind of section is to get the enemies working as a whole, but obviously there's quite a lot to do regarding that. But the way we've got the behaviours set up now means that we can actually just add new behaviours into here quite easily and just add extra functions on here, and it doesn't really matter. We can add additional enemies in here. So if I wanted to add a different enemy in, let's just copy this and show you how easy this is, right? So if I create an enemy, I call it enemy 2. I keep these bits the same because these don't change, but the contents of these functions I can change, right? So I decide that actually I want it to go the other way, and I want it to be sprite, I don't know, let's have a look at the sprites. So at the moment we're using that one, so let's use this one here, right? So that's sprite 64 plus 19, whatever that is. And then now it's going backwards, right? And then all I have to do in the initialization here is, instead of including sprite 1, enemy type 1, I include enemy type 2, and I can change its position. This is actually I do need to do one more thing, which I'll do in a second. So I'm not handling the MSB, so if this is 130 it will be in the wrong place. So I won't set it to 130, I'm going to set it to 90 and set that to 40 or something like that. But now if I spawn this, I should see two enemies moving in different directions with different sprites. Oh, actually I need to do one more thing, which is I actually think it's nicer to include things like this. Just because it's a bit easier to read rather than have them all on one line. It's much easier to look at than having them all kind of comma delimited on one line. So you can see we've got two sprites moving different and the colors aren't implemented yet. That's something we'd include in the on spawn routine, so the on spawn routine could set the color. But yeah, you know, two different sprites moving in different directions, different sprite things, different sprite pointers, so they've got actual different sprite graphics that they're showing. But they are showing, and they're showing in different directions, which is cool. And you see how easy that was. Once we'd set those behaviors up, all we had to do was actually spawn one with a different type, and because it's a different type, it means that its behaviors are different, and because its behaviors are different, a whole different set of actions happen on it. So the other thing we need to do is we need to deal with the least significant, the most significant bit. So I've got the 0 page stuff here. Let's bring up tables. So tables is a library function that we made, and one of the things it's got is this power of 2 table. And the reason that is really useful is because if we look at the macro that we've got here, so this macro takes a position from the sprite data and stores it in the correct position. So at the moment it's just taking the enemy X position and storing it, and taking the enemy Y position and then storing that. But what we also need to do is we need to store the most significant byte. So the way you can do this is, okay, we're taking the index, which is this bit here that we're using here, and we're doubling it because this is the X and Y. But when we restore it back to the original, which is not doubled, at this point we can take the power of 2 of that value. So if we take comma X, what that gives us is if we pass in 0 we get 1, if we pass in 1 we get 2. And this is useful because D010 is a value that stores the MSB for all 8 sprites, but it stores each one in an individual bit. So what we can do is we can load that value, and then the first thing we need to do is AND it with the inverse of that. So basically turn off that byte. If that bit is being used, then turn it off. We need to make sure that whatever's going on, the bit that we're interested in is turned off, and that's what this bit does. And then the next thing we need to do is OR it with that value and then store it at D010. But we only need to store it if the carry bit is set. So the carry bit was set here when this we need to do this. We need to load Y with, we need to make sure we can load Y. I can never remember if we can do this. Load Y comma X. So we can do load Y comma X, which is this one here. So we're just checking to see if the instruction can do what we need it to do, and it can. I really struggle with those things, so we're going to load the Y. Oops, not that one. We're going to do that one there. Oh, hello Vladimir Lenin, welcome to the stream. And thank you for the follow, Crazy Clown. I missed that. I missed all the spam. Yeah, so we're gonna load the value from. Sorry, not that one. This one. Yeah, and that's going to give us our most significant bit. It's going to tell us whether or not that the most significant bit, so bit 9 of the X value, is set. If it is 0, then we don't need to do anything. In fact, all we need to do is clear that bit, which we've already done. If it is set, we then need to actually set that bit. So we need to OR the value in the accumulator with the correct value in here to set the correct bit. That should be enough. We can test that by going into enemies and in our init function we just set our X to something that is actually gonna 129. It's gonna be more than the 256, so double this. So remember, this is the half value, as it says here, half value, half value. If we double that, it becomes to 258, which is more, so it means it needs the 9th bit. So this should appear somewhere on the right hand side of the screen. If it doesn't appear on the right hand side of the screen, then it means that it is broken. Load Y, comma Y. Oh, of course that's wrong. In behaviours, okay. And okay, it's here. So we need to load Y with enemy position, comma X. That's why it shouldn't be Y. Oh no, symbol sprite pointers. That's because I'm started at the wrong place. Thank you, Farai. I spotted that way too late. But yes. There you can see we've got. Actually, is this the right one? Let's set them both to something in the positive area. Load X. Probably not quite right. Uh-oh, Mother Russia. Hi Vladimir, I hope you had nothing to do with the Russian attack that just happened. Yeah, Farai, you're right, I did want X and not Y. And yes, in admiration of Hayes, I mean, that was some serious dedication last night to do that. That was a hell of a lot of saving. A hell of a lot. I definitely wouldn't have managed that. Okay, so we can see here that this sprite is actually on the wrong side. This should be over here somewhere now. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to fix that, and then I think we'll probably call it a night. Well, we'll call it a night for the code stream. I'll probably go into I don't know what to play next. Actually, guys, if you've got any thoughts of what you want me to play next, Amiga, Commodore 64, PC Engine. I think those three. I mean, if you want me to play a PC game, I will. But PC games are generally big, so unless I have it already downloaded, it's not going to happen. But Amiga, PC Engine, C64. If you can think of what you want me to play in the next half an hour or so, let me know and I'll give it a go. In the meantime, let's try and fix this issue. So we're taking the value that's in our MSB table. We're ANDing it with the powers of 2. Now at this point our X is our index, which is correct. So we're ANDing it with Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, inverse parity, that's correct. Oh, wait a minute, what on earth are we doing here? This whole thing is wrong. Oh, no, it's not actually, it's correct. Oh, because... No, this is correct. Load the enemy position x2, x. Let's make sure that that is being set, because this would imply 2. Where's the x2 set? x2 is not set. First, I'll look for spawn enemy, because I feel like spawn enemy is where x2 should be set. And it is, it should be set here. And it's just, yeah, okay. That's correct. X is 5 but sprite is 7 to 3. Oh, you are right, I need to do this, don't I? That's correct. Okay, so I need to... Is there any way around this easily, or do I just need to increment X loads of times? I'm going to take the shortcut out of this for now. This is a terrible way to do it, but I will find a better way around this. Thank you, Andy, for spotting that. I'm glad you've run out of alcohol. I'm still in the wrong place. Add 2 to X. Oh, hang on. What do you mean 2? Surely it should be 3, right? We're adding 3 here. Oh. Enemy position. Shit. Okay. This needs to happen. This needs to happen before that. I'm feeling really drunk as well, and I'm only halfway through this. Yeah, there we go. Right, cool. So we've got 2 sprites happening in that second half now. Cool. I'm pretty sure there's a better way of doing this. I mean, we're using 12 cycles to do that. I'm pretty sure this bit and this bit. I'm pretty sure that can be done a different way. We're also using 2 cycles for this compare here. So the better way here might be to store that X in a different way. I don't know. To be honest, I don't want to mess with it now. Now it's working. So I'm just going to double check that that's working, and then I'm going to save it. We've got 2 sprites working in the MSB. I'm going to move one of them into the LSB so it's not working in that section by reducing that value like that. Oops. This is what 1.5 bottles of wine and a bit of tequila does to you. Yep, that seems to be working fine. So we've got these 2 sprites working in the correct location. These guys are still kind of doing their stuff in the correct places. Yeah, everything looks pretty good, to be honest. So it doesn't look like a lot, but what we have got is we've got the sprite pointers and the position. Sorry, no, just the sprite pointers are being set up by the spawn. So without the spawn behavior working, these would be incorrect. And the update behavior is what is moving these guys along. So the fact that they're moving in different directions shows that we're using two different behaviors to control these guys. So all we actually need to do from our start function, where's our initialize? No, not our start. Yeah, enemies. There you go. All we need to do is actually provide a sprite value and a position, and that's enough for the engine to work out where they should begin because of the X and Y position, and then the what sprite they are tells them what behavior they need to copy. So this is what works out. Oh, okay, I need to move this guy up, I need to move this guy down, this guy needs to be this sprite pointer, this guy needs to be that sprite pointer. So it's a nice system that allows us to kind of create very unique behaviors and actually initialize them with very, very simple code. So when it comes to, and to go back to what I was saying earlier today with the design, when it comes to our map, our actual map is not that complex. It's you know, the map data consists of some background data, so background and foreground data, which is just going to be 2 bytes, but essentially it's going to point to a whole array of, you know, maybe 200 bytes or so, which makes up the map background and the map template. But the actual enemy list is just going to be a list of numbers, and that list of numbers is going to be, you know, enemy 1, enemy 2, and that's it really. The positions that they spawn in is going to be based on it's going to be based on these pipes. So whichever pipe is available, basically one will be picked at random, and an enemy will spawn from there. So it could be that all the enemies spawn from this pipe, in which case I mean, the first time you load in, the enemies will spawn from each pipe individually, but from that point on, every enemy may spawn from the same pipe, or they may spawn from different pipes. But that's going to add some kind of complication and interest to the levels. Why am I getting the same chatting? But oh, because I'm on the wrong chat stream. I mean, I'm missing suggestions. Hope no one's added anything in suggestions, and I apologise if I've missed that. No, I haven't. Okay, good. Yeah. Right, okay. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually commit all this to GitHub before I forget. So, added start of enemy behavior. God, I can't type it all. Start of enemy behavior routines. I've spelled that wrong. Routines. Added spawn update handlers. Okay, so it's a little bit less than I wanted to do. I wanted to do a little bit more tonight. Yeah, thank you, Akinfin. Definitely on that. I did kind of want to get to the point where we were actually creating specific behaviors, not just very generic kind of, oh, I move up, move down. I think on the next stream we'll probably do some actual kind of collision detection around the enemies. We'll create a whole macro library basically. So the point of doing it this way is that when you go into behaviors and you go to the end of the file, in fact these will probably be in a different file. There'll be behavior, there won't be like macros in here or something. These macros will be very generic fact, I'm going to close all this up because this is kind of solid now. I'm kind of happy with this, and I can always separate if I need to. There will be other macros, so there'll be like I don't know, get collision, which will grab the collision based on what you ask it to do. So it may be that some sprites only care about what they're stood on and not what's left or right of them. It may be that a character, an enemy can fly, so it really doesn't care too much about the ground. It cares if it bounces off the ground, but it doesn't need very precise foot by foot actions. So that kind of I think the next stream is going to be very much making these macros. It's going to be about developing macros for enemies that allow us to create very, very simple scripts in the on update. So we'll always start with a position enemy, and then it'll be like you know, get I'm gonna try to write this. I'm actually struggling because of the alcohol. Get collision, then it will be walk left, walk right, you know, things like that. It'll be very, very simple list of macros that make up let me get, oh, that was right, correct, damn it. Very simple list of macros that make up our enemy behaviors, and then we can basically combine those macros to think up new behaviors. There'll be some that are standard and very generic, like the position enemy. That's going to be generic because that's just a very standard take the enemy position, store it on the screen. In fact, this probably doesn't need to be in here. We can probably move this into a update all enemy positions or something, which we might do at some point because it will save some space. Because in a moment this is replacing this macro here with this block of code, and that's quite a bit of block of code, right? But if we made that if we made this a function instead, and had a loop that just went through all enemies, if they're active, position them, that would probably be enough. We would probably don't need the macro for that, but everything else will need a macro. So we'll need to know, is an enemy approaching the edge of a platform? If it's approaching the edge of a platform, should it turn around and walk the other way, or should it try and jump to another platform? If it's on an update, then maybe there should be a macro that says there's a 1 in 50 chance that on this particular frame I'm going to check if I can jump up onto something above and jump to it. There may be a macro that says, I don't know, whichever way you're facing, always turn to face the player. So, you know, it's a matter of generating these macros, and that's the whole point of this, is that we can generate very specific behaviors for the players. Alright guys, I'm going to take 5 minutes. When I come back, I'm going to tidy up a few little things, and then we'll probably go into some games. If you guys have got some suggestions for Amiga, Commodore 64 or PC Engine, I will probably play those after that, because I am going to start playing some games in about half an hour, or maybe less, depends. In the meantime, be right back guys. Okay, so before I wrap this up, I want to check that everything is working correctly. So feeling very, very drunk at the moment. Actually, it's quite good. I'm enjoying it. It's good. I think it's because I didn't have a stream last week where I drank a lot, so it's kind of cool. Thank you for sticking around. Cheers, guys. Actually, maybe it's time to have another tequila. Oh no, let's do the checks first before I get more drunk. So, okay, let's just give this a run. Make sure everything is working as correctly as we expect. So, we're expecting 2 sprites moving around, but we just want to make sure that everything is still working with our players, which it seems to be. You know, I can get stuck at the edges, which I can, which is fine. I want to check that I can't jump off the edge of the screen here, which I can't. I'm quite impressed actually. I mean, if you think about what we've done, right? We've done, this is stream 12, and we've averaged about 4 or 5, let's say 5 hours for each stream, and I think that's been generous. Because the first couple of streams were just kind of set up. We did a stream where we just talked about the intro stuff. So we're looking at 60 hours, and in 60 hours, that's, you know, it's a week and a working week and a half of work, and we've basically got a fair old chunk of the game sorted now. I mean, obviously the enemies aren't doing anything that we want them to do, other than moving up and down the screen. They're not behaving to, they're not listening to collisions. They can't be killed yet. But we do have enemy behaviours in there. We have a pretty good sprite routine. I'm really impressed with the software sprite routine. I'm very happy with it. This is working quite well. This is yeah, a week and a half's work really. Yeah, as Akenfin says in the 80s, this is a week and a half's work. And considering I'm trying to explain everything as I go along as well, I think we're doing all right. We're definitely on target. So usually the 16K RGCD challenge is announced in December or towards the end of December. I think by then so that's another 3 months from now, or well, yeah, let's say 3 months from now. So 3 months from now, I would suspect we'd have enemies working, killable, giving a score, maybe even the effects working correctly so that we can properly make them behave according to the ground colours that we set by throwing these things onto the ground, and maybe even the eat routine as well. So we've already got the sprites in place for this. You can see here there's a sprite for, let me just add that animation in. There's a sprite for kind of eating that we can use, so that will be in place. I think in another 3 months we'll have this game 90% complete. I don't think it will be 100% complete. I think there'll still be a lot to do in it. For instance, level design, music, intro screen. There'll be a lot of extra stuff we need to do, but I do think we can definitely have this ready for the next 16K challenge. Actually, before we finish, let's have a look actually to see. I'll show you how we do the compile. I want that, do I? I keep pressing that. So if we have a look at our folder, and I apologize that you guys can't really see this, I'll try and make it a little bit bigger. This is our source folder, and the only thing we're interested in is this start PRG that's here, this one PRG file. So currently this PRG file it's just short of 64K actually. But if we take an empty emulator and drop it in, it works, and you can see this is the same as if we were running it through the emulator. But what we can do is we can copy that. If I just copy that into, you're just gonna have to trust me on this. I've got a folder called Cracker, and this has all the tools that I need to do the compression and stuff. So see, there we go. The first instance of me closing one eye. I'm just going to up the font a little bit in here so you can see what's going on. Up it a little bit more actually. There we go. I'm on Windows, aren't I? I keep using Linux commands. Okay, so we've copied start PRG here, which you can see. So I'm going to go through it very briefly here, but we will actually add it to our compile step at some point. But for now, I'll just show you how you actually compile something. So Xmizer is a great little tool, and if you try and use it, let me just make that full screen so it doesn't. Try and use it. It tells you what you can do. So there's a few different settings for it. What we want is a self-extract. So what we want is to actually have this self-extract. So kind of like you get a WinRAR file that has a .exe in it. So you don't need WinRAR installed. You just need to double-click it. It's the same sort of thing with this. So we say self-extract. However, for a self-extract to work, it needs to know where to start. So you can either give it a start address by doing something like this. And what that means is it will self-extract the file and then it will run this address. However, we've already set this up. We've already set this up with the basic upstart. If you've got the basic upstart, you can, which means basically it creates a basic line like 10 sys something. You can type sys trim, and what it will do is Xmizer will work out what the basic upstart is from the basic program that's installed, and use that instead. So you type Xmizer sfx, so self-extract, use the basic upstart sys trim, then you give it the name of the package, which is start.prg. Then you give it an output file name, we'll call it out.prg, and then you can either you can do it like that and it will compile. But what happens when you do that is let's just start vice and out.prg, just make sure that's right. What happens with that is you get this kind of thing in the corner here. You can just about see it, this A in the corner, and it's not very good. So it actually comes with some special effects that you can use. So if you use -x and then give it a number, it will use a special unpacking algorithm. So if I open that again and open vice, oops, by using that effect, I'm actually creating a border flash effect, and you get that border flash effect there. The advantage of using this is if you look in the output here. So the original file was almost 64K. It crossed basic RAM A0000 to BFFF, and also kernel RAM E000 onwards. You can see here it tells you where the decrunch data will be. It goes from this location to this location. This is where it's going to actually fill the memory up. However, the code that it outputs is only at these locations. So it goes from a very low location in RAM. It's actually the start of basic 0801 to 1C6E, so it's quite small. In fact, it tells you how small it is here. So it's only this long, and it fills that amount of space. And what that means is, what Xmizer does is, as it unpacks, it actually banks out RAM. It banks out ROM, so it banks out the kernel ROM, banks out the basic ROM, banks out the IO ROM, IO area as it needs, and fills them in. So what that means is, when you're finished, this file that it's created, this out.prg, which I'm actually gonna copy into our project. I'm gonna put it in the root of the project. It's a lot smaller. It's now 5231 bytes long, so it's still small. If you think of 16K is 16384. So this is still less than a third of that memory. But what it also means is this will run on a real machine. You don't need that injector RAM that you see in Vice that we use for doing our runs. This will just run
on a real machine. You just need to put it on something that can actually read a PRG file, either create a TAP file from it, create a D64 file from it, and you're good to go basically. You know, 5k, that's pretty good. So in terms of a 16k game, we're still less than a third of the game to go. It's an incredible amount of compression. I'm trying to understand how it could achieve this, despite not running clever but expensive for it. So what's smart about Xamizer? So with most compression programs, it's fairly balanced between compression and decompression. What I mean by that is it takes roughly the same amount of to compress something as it does to decompress something. Xamizer is designed in a very particular way, so it kind of heavily favors power for compression rather than decompression. So it's designed in a way that it doesn't matter how long it takes to compress something. So if you think about it, right, my machine is an i9 900K, so it's running at around about 5 gigahertz, give or take a few megahertz, and it's doing that over 8 cores. So it's quite an intensive. Oh, that's the wrong thing to load up. And there you go. Those who are interested in security can see what I use. I use Kali Linux. It's quite an intensive thing for it to do, and the PC takes maybe 3 or 4 seconds to do. But if you compare that to a 1 megahertz machine, my machine is running 5,000 times faster than that. Plus it's got all the other stuff as well. So if it takes 3 seconds to compress, it should take 15,000 seconds to decompress if it's using a balanced kind of compression decompression. But what Xamizer does is it's very clever. It creates a compression in a way that it's easy to uncompress but difficult to decompress. So it uses the power of modern PCs to the other way around. It takes the power of modern PCs to compress it, but it can be very easily uncompressed. Yeah, there is a lot of blanks. So while we're using 64k, if you look at our memory map, let me just bring it up here. You can see our memory map has got a lot of blanks in it. So we're only using from 0800. So this is roughly the area that's actually used by the compression. The compressed file fits roughly into this block. So this block, and this block is kind of free in a way, but it's still quite a lot. I mean, there's a couple of K here. It's kind of roughly about halving what we're putting into it. I think with Doc, by the end, I got it down to about a third of what the input file was. So the input file was about 48k if you didn't include the blank space in between, and the output was 16k. So yeah, it is. It's very clever. Yeah, Xamizer is unfortunately it's not very well documented. I mean, if you do a couple of searches online, you can get a few hints and tips for it as well. But it can be a little bit of a pain, yeah. Typically I get 30% compression, sometimes down to it. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're compressing as well. So I find with code it compresses quite well. Sprites not so much, characters definitely not so much. Sprites do compress a little bit better than characters, but not by much. Bitmaps compress quite well. Sound doesn't compress very well either because it tends to be quite compressed anyway. You probably get about 50% compression out of sounds, but certainly the code compresses the best. And I think this is one reason why when we make things like tables, it's really important to kind of rearrange your tables. I mean, if we look at what we output from Xamizer and compare it just by moving something like this to a different place, you will see huge differences. Yeah, detail bitmaps compress very badly, but the kind of bitmaps you see in games don't compress that badly at all. They generally tend to be quite well. Generally because they've got a lot of empty space in them, that's why. So the compression works on two levels. The first thing it tries to do is find patterns throughout the code. So if it can find a block of patterns, no, actually the first thing it tries to do is run length encoding. So it will take a block of code and it will say, okay, you've got 8,000 zeros in a row here. So rather than take up 8 kilobytes of RAM, 8 kilobytes of space to display that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to record the number 8,000 and a 0, which is 3 bytes. So 8,000 zeros in a row can be stored as 3 bytes, or it can be stored as 8,000 bytes. So that's the first thing it does, and that's called run length encode, and it's basically saying, oh, this number is repeated so many times. If it's repeated more than 3 times, then it's worth run length encoding, and that's what that is about. And the second thing it does is pattern matching as well. So it will look for various patterns that happen within the code, and it will store them as kind of, to describe this, it will store them as kind of pattern templates, if you like. So it will say, oh, this is pattern template 1, and then pattern template 1 will consist of maybe 7 bytes. But because that pattern template is used 8 times throughout the code, if it didn't use a template, it would use 56 bytes. But now it's using the template, it uses one set to define it, which is 7 bytes, and then 8 bytes to define the template and where it appears. So now it's 15, so it's gone from 56 to 15. Dictionary, that's the word, yes, thank you, Acnafin. And that's the kind of that's that. And there's a few other little tricks that they use within that as well, but that's kind of the basics of it. It's a combination of dictionary encoding and run length encoding. There's a few different libraries as well. I mean, Xmizer is the one that everyone knows. There's also PewCrunch. There's also is it Booz? I know the demo group Booz has done something as well, but they all generally use similar ideas in slightly different orders. But we're looking pretty good. I mean, we're like I say, we're just over 5k, and we've got, if you look at our sprites, right, which is usually quite a painful thing to compress. We're using 24 sprites. We expect this to triple at least for the player, and then probably the same again for the enemy sprites as well. That's probably going to be about 50% compression. I wouldn't think much more than that. And then characters. Our character set is fairly complete. I mean, we've got the alphabet in there. We've got most of the character backgrounds. There's going to be a handful of things. I don't think the character set is going to change that much. I think with a full set of sprites in and a little bit more code, we're probably looking at about 8 kilobytes. If we then introduce several enemy behaviours, probably looking at 10 kilobytes, and then that leaves us 6 kilobytes for the maps as well. So if you think of the maps are 1000 bytes. In fact, they're less than 1000 because they're not the full screen, so they're probably around about 800 bytes or so, uncompressed. Compressed, they use tiles, so the tiles are not going to change, and they're already kind of baked into what we're doing. Again, I wouldn't expect that to have a massive increase on it, but we're probably looking at about 200 bytes per screen. If we split that again into background and foreground, 200 bytes for a background, 200 bytes for a foreground. Backgrounds are probably going to compress more because they contain less. Actually, they're probably going to compress about the same. So you can probably count them as roughly 200 bytes anyway, compressed. That leaves us with a lot. I think we're looking at about. I think we can probably get away with 8 backgrounds and 24 to 32 foregrounds. And combined, that gives us a lot. I mean, if you think of, we have every foreground with every background. If we have 24 and 8, That's 8 times 24, which is 192. So 192 unique looking levels, and that doesn't even include the way that we spawn enemies. So as I said, with the enemies, where is it? There it is. With the enemies, we can have a different map and background, and then a different list of enemies. So we can have 192 unique backgrounds, and then on top of that we can have any combination of enemies we want. So the first levels may be just like 5 or 6 enemies, but as you get towards the end there may be like 100 enemies you need to clear for a level. Yeah, should be pretty good. I think that combination of variables should allow us to have lots of levels, but still only keep it within 16k. The other thing is music as well. Music is quite compressed anyway because of the way it's stored. I mean, it depends on the player that you use. Goat Tracker is quite efficient. Goat Tracker is designed to be fairly low on memory and fairly low cycle use. It's been optimized in both spaces. So I think if we are making tunes, we're probably going to have to. So if we want multiple tunes, we're going to have to keep the same instruments and use the same patterns, maybe here and there, to do it. I'm not sure how we would do this. It's the sort of thing we're going to have to experiment with. Actually, that might be a good thing to look at on an upcoming stream. Maybe not the next stream. I think the next stream, maybe the next stream is going to be something like the enemy the rest of the enemy behaviors, so like getting them to detect collisions and stuff. But I think we should start looking at putting music in as well, because then we can start getting an idea of the compression algorithm. In fact, maybe the next stream we should be adding the compression algorithm along with some output to the compiling here. So when we do a compiling here, hang on, why am I not seeing anything in my... Oh, because I've made it really small. So when we do a compiling here, we can get it to do an extra step after all of this, which compresses everything and shows us the size. Then we can start, because I think we're going to need to start taking note of how big this is. Be a good point. A good time to do it, actually. Did I use Goat Tracker for Doc Cosmos? Yeah, I did actually. I used I used Goat Tracker, and I used the sound effects engine from that as well. It was really annoying actually because I did it towards the end of the game, and I deliberately left 1 kilobyte of is it 1 kilobyte? No, it was 4 kilobytes. I deliberately left 4 kilobytes. So I left from 1000 to 2000 in hexadecimal, so 4096 to 8192 in memory for music. And I struggled actually to get the music to fit within that. And I think the reason why I struggled was I was alright getting I got the music to fit in that, but getting it to compress into 16k was a nightmare. Which is why I am personally of the opinion that music doesn't compress very well. Yeah, and part of the reason I want to do a 16k for this game is that I don't want scope creep to be a problem. And I know 64k isn't a lot, and you'd think, you know, in general cases, if you were doing a 64k game, scope creep would not be a problem, but trust me, it is going to be a problem. The fact that we can compress this game down means we're still going to be round about the 40 to 50 kilobyte mark for this game, uncompressed. I mean, if you look at this now, right, this is 2 kilobytes, this is 1, 2, 3 kilobytes, that's 5 kilobytes, 6 kilobytes, 7, 8 kilobytes, 9, 10 kilobytes. You know, we're looking at 11 kilobytes or so already for this code. and we're roughly half in that. It's probably more than that. I'm very roughly doing this. It's surprising how quickly you can fill up that 64 kilobytes. So I'm having tequila, by the way. But having 60, and this is why I think .cosmos was really good for me as well, because I'd been coding quite a lot. I'd done a lot when I was very young, and I'd done a lot when I came back to the scene, but .cosmos was the first thing I released, and I think the sole reason I released it, because it was 16 kilobytes, that meant that I had to be careful how much I added. I couldn't add too much. I got to the point where I couldn't add anything, because it just took it over. 24 kilobytes of emptiness. Yeah, I would have killed for that in Bubble Bobble. I really would. I really want to finish this bottle of tequila. I mean, we're down to like the last maybe 3 or 4. Nobody's suggested a game for me to play either. So what am I going to do? What am I going to play? Here's guys. Oh. There's something about that combination that's... Oh. Okay, cool. So I'm going to commit where I'm at right now. I mean, all I've literally done is cleared some white space and added a packed version of the game. If you guys actually want to give the packed version of the game a try on real hardware, that would be really cool actually. Likewise, if you need some tips on using Xmizer, please just ask me some questions. I've gone through many web pages trying to figure out how to use it. I understand how terrible it is to try and work out how to use, and if I can help you, I will. Yeah, emptiness compresses very well. If you had a look and use your long ways, just like I can complete in 20 minutes. I'm going to tell you now, and nobody's figured out how to do it yet, but I can complete the game in about 2 minutes without cheats. Well, I say without cheats. No, I mean, as it comes, if you were to play it on a cartridge without action replay, without poking memory or anything, I could complete it in about 2 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes, I reckon. But that's because I know how I know a bug in it that allows me to glitch the game slightly. By the way, you guys on Flubits, are you still on Flubits? Because I think you might not be at the moment. Oh, you are now. Well, I'll tell you the glitch, and you can try and figure it out if you want. So, when you die, the character flashes like an invulnerability phase, and the way he flashes is that the sprite disappears for a split second and appears for a split second. But the game uses sprite to character collision. So what happens is because it uses sprite to character collision, there's a moment when you're invulnerable that the sprite is not actually on the screen. So that means there's no collision, which means you can actually move through doors. Yeah, exactly. So you can glitch through the walls while you're flashing. So if you do it in exactly the right places, there is one. I'm just trying to think of the places. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 places you need to do it in. I've just restarted Flubit, so it should work. So if you get an extra life in the middle of all that, which you should be able to get, because after the second glitch there's an extra life in a hidden place that you can get, then you should be able to get to the end of the game without dying, with skipping most of the kind of the key collection stuff that goes on. I'd like to see a speedrun of that, actually. I reckon speedrunners would do that really well. So I was looking today at speedruns for Super Mario 64. I don't know if you guys have seen the tool-assisted speedruns for that. They're absolutely amazing. Some of those are incredible. So they worked out that there's a particular way that you can do a backwards jump. If you do that at a very specific time and you use the pause button in between pressing the jump button and not pressing the jump button, that you can cause Mario to go into a kind of glitch state where he accelerates backwards at an incredible speed. Yeah, the Super Mario 64 TAS, exactly. Yeah, they're absolutely crazy. So they've worked out that if you do a certain, I can't remember the exact behavior, but if you do it's like a backwards kind of jump slide sort of thing. You do that at an exact point, and you press pause at the same time you jump over and over again, really, really quickly. What happens is Mario starts accelerating backwards at a ridiculous speed, like minus 1,000 units per second or something like that. And it means that because the collision detection actually happens is a wrapped value compared to where you actually are in the world. Even though the world is only 32,768 to 32,768 minus to plus in every direction, you can set the speed such that you actually accelerate way beyond that, and you actually create these parallel, they call them parallel universes because they're copies of the map that exist beyond that point. And you can basically make Mario warp to weird locations within the map and do some crazy things. So I definitely recommend watching the videos. Yeah, I watched a few of them, commented on videos explaining how you use that speed to do parallel worlds. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, there's one point where they bypass. You can complete the game without collecting any stars, and the way you do it is you use this parallel world glitch to glitch so far beyond the edge of the map that the game wraps you back around and it puts you on the other side of the door. So instead of opening the door from the correct side, which is underwater at the moment, so you can't even open it, it warps you to the other side of the door so you can open it from the other side, which isn't underwater, so you can just open it straight away. And skip you like almost all the way to the end of the level, almost all the way to the end of the game. It's like 4 minutes 20 seconds, I think, to go from the start of the game, from powering on the N64 to completing Super Mario 64. Yeah, and that's the other thing as well. It's like they've figured out that if you stand on this platform with your back to the wall while you're trying to walk backwards in that direction, just as the platform is about to tilt in one direction, then you will warp, but you will retain the kind of slide value. It's absolutely crazy. There's some really good stuff online to look at that. I've been fascinated by that today, actually. I've watched quite a lot of that. It's kind of made me want to play it, actually. But yeah, I mean, 4 minutes 20 to complete the entirety of Super Mario 64. So that's from pressing the power on your N64 to seeing the game complete sequence. 4 minutes 21. I mean, you consider like a minute and a half of that is actually getting into the game and skipping through the Princess Peach message at the beginning. It's crazy. Anyway, I think we're getting to the point where I'm going to play an N64 game. So I've not an N64 game, sorry, a PC Engine game. I've committed everything. When did I actually commit to .cosmos? Okay, that was a while ago. Yeah, I need to get on my work machine. It's kind of bad. Alright. Has anybody got any suggestions what they want me to play? Oh, how goes the dev? Okay, let me show you what we've done on the dev so far. So we've added some enemy behavior stuff in. So this enemy behavior code is designed to allow us to very easily add behaviors to specific enemies without actually adding very much code. The code is behavior specific rather than kind of configuration specific. So these behaviors, spawn, update, death, will happen automatically at the correct times, and all we have to provide is an enemy type, and it knows what to do at that point. So we've tested that by very simply creating one enemy that has an update that goes in one direction, and a spawn that sets a particular sprite, and another enemy which sets another a different sprite and goes in another direction. So it's not a huge amount of visual progress, but it is kind of working how we want it to work. It's kind of cool. Oh, there you go, you can see it there. So you can see we've got our players here, these two guys, the red and green over this side. These two are enemies. They look like players at the moment because we don't have any enemy sprites. But basically the sprites that they're set are set on spawn, so when they spawn they can set any sprite they want. And when they update, this is what's sending them up and down. So we have a way to determine sprites and which kind of behavior they're going to take. Well, well, you've been playing the C64 game so far. What type of game you want to play? Shooter, horizontal platform game? I don't really care, to be honest. My least favourite of all the games, I think, is in this particular state. I mean, I kind of... sorry, just normal PC Engine. I don't have the PC Engine CD. I'm looking for one, but they're quite expensive, so... My least favourite type of game when I feel like this is a shoot 'em up game. I really struggle with those. By that I mean the kind of space shooter like R-Type, Apidia, that sort of game I struggle with when I feel like this. Maybe Turrican. Maybe Turrican is the game to play. Though I didn't enjoy the PC Engine version of Turrican last time, but maybe I just need practice on it or something. Unfortunately, it's what the PC Engine is very good at. The kind of the shoot 'em up games. It's what it's the best at. So, did I commit all that? No, I didn't. Okay, there we go. No, that was a pull. Yeah, I'm closing one eye now. It's not good. All right, I'm gonna have another tequila. Yeah, so on the next stream, I think we'll probably add the Xamizer step into the build so we can actually see. So what I did on .cosmos very early on actually is one of the first things I did before I actually wrote .cosmos was wrote the editor for it. And one of the parts of the editor was it actually called the Xamizer process and see, even pouring it's making me shiver. And compile the game, compress the game, and then give me a report. So the reason why I did that is because I wanted to, if I made levels, I wanted to call Xamizer to see how that level compressed. It's only a rough estimation, but it gave me an idea as I was going what I could do. So for instance, oh shit, that's massive. That's a huge. Right, I'm gonna drink it. So one of the things as I was doing it, so if you imagine the kind of the rocks, if you like, in .cosmos, the rocks that make up the kind of majority of the background. Originally I just had one tile that made up the rocks and they were just repeated, and a few kind of extra tiles for the edges and corners and things like that. But what I realised is it looked very repetitive, so I started adding variations on the kind of the 2x2 non kind of corner, non-edge blocks. And what I realized very quickly is that adding those variations in changed the way the compression worked. Because there was variation, it was harder to compress. So I added the Xamizer check-in to give me an idea like how much variation I needed to add in. And as I went along, I would say, okay, this is still over 16k. I'm going to delete that extra tile there, and just kind of reduce it a little bit to get it under 16k. Sidearms. What sidearms? I've not tried that yet. So, what I'm using. Let me show you what you guys want. I'm using the PC Engine, which I guess is the Japanese PC Engine, and it uses this this thing, which is the PC Engine EverDrive, which allows me to load game ROMs onto it. Loads them. It doesn't load them in the emulation mode. I'll load them on real hardware. Load as an emulating hardware. The hardware is real. It's just loading the ROM in. I really like it. I've got to say, out of all the consoles that I've ever used, I mean, if you look at this compared to, hang on, give me 1 second. So this is the PlayStation Classic, right? So this is modern. This is like 2018, 2009, 2017 hardware. This emulates a 1995 piece of hardware, and it's this size. And then look at the PC Engine. It's not that different. It's really not that different. Sure, it's a little bit bigger. You know, it is slightly bigger. It's maybe 10-20% bigger. But this thing, 1987, I believe. And it's a much, honestly, yeah, sure, right? This can do 3D. This can do 3D, but this is an incredible piece of kit. And honestly, until recently, till the whole concept of the kind of mini console came out, this was the smallest console by a long shot. And this isn't emulating. This is actual hardware. This is just some emulation. This is just some hardware emulation that's doing this. This is real hardware, and this was from 1987, and it's almost the same size. It's incredible. Sorry, I'm just back in to go. Bomberman 93. I'll call it a night, guys. A good night, Andy. Thank you for joining the stream. Appreciate it as ever. It is incredibly. It's so. I still can't believe to this day that they managed to produce a console, an 8-bit console, that competed with the 16 bits. I mean, that PC Engine is 8-bit, right? But it competed with the Mega Drive and the SNES toe for toe, and it was just as good in many ways. It lost out in a few ways, but in many ways it was just as good. And yet it was like a fraction of the size. It's incredible. Runcy Turn game you're always talking about. Yeah, I do love Turrican. Honestly, my favorite version of Turrican is on the Commodore. Maybe I'll put the Commodore 64 version on. It wouldn't take me long to get that going, actually. And it's certainly my preferred version. I wonder, actually. Let me. I haven't actually, but it's on. Okay. do wonder though if it's plugged in, because I know I have a lot of things I need to turn on to get.
Yeah, see, that's not on.
Alright, no, the Commodore's not going to work without
some effort that I haven't got time for. Let's play a Commodore 64 game, yeah. Actually, on the next stream, I will probably play Rainbow Islands and maybe Turrican 2 on the Commodore 64. I just need to set them up. Commodore itself is working, but the OSS only YR1000 isn't working correctly. I think I need to set some stuff up, and I've had too much alcohol to deal with that right now. Street Fighter, I've never been a fan of Street Fighter. I mean, I like it in that, you know, I'm familiar with it, but I wouldn't say it sticks out in my mind as something I want to play over and over again. Dissect a Specky game. But that would mean looking at Z80, and Z80 is cheating, let's be honest. I mean, if you had the Z80 with the Commodore specs, my god, would it do some amazing stuff. Right, I'm gonna have half of this ridiculously large shot. Cheers, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna just chat away for the next 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna go for a cigarette, and then after that I'm gonna play some PC. Yeah, I mean, I would like to do more on my Dissect streams. It's just, the thing is, there's so much to do on the 6502 that I honestly can't stop. So the next thing I want to do on the 6502, I think the next stream I'm gonna do is gonna be another grab bag, where I do kind of on the spot requests for, oh god, that tequila's kicked in. On the spot requests for demos and games. Nothing set in stone, just very quick, kind of responsive sort of things. But I'd like to do more beyond that as well. So I'd like to do 3D games on the next stream. So I'd like to take a look at Elite and Driller, two games I want to look at. I want to see how they did that. I want to see how they managed to do the vector mathematics in the way that they've done it, because vector math is quite hard to do, even on modern machines. I mean, there's libraries out there now that optimize vector mathematics because it's so slow. Matrix multiplication is an incredibly slow operation, so the fact that they managed to do it on the BBC and the C64 and the likes back in like 1984, I think 1983, 1984, is really impressive. So the galaxies are quite easy. The galaxies use a procedural trick it's not as complicated as it seems, to be honest. The same trick that No Man's Sky uses. I mean, No Man's Sky has 5 quintillion planets or something like that. I mean, if you think about it, 5 quintillion is more than the grains of sand on the planet. There's more planets in No Man's Sky than there are grains of sand on the Earth. And if you think about that, if you think about how many beaches you've been to, never mind the ones that exist, just think of the beaches you've been to and think of all the grains of sand that you've had on the beaches that you've been to. No Man's Sky has way more than that. And No Man's Sky actually has more grains of sand than there are on the planet. So, yeah, that's kind of crazy. So quintillion, I'm sure you guys know already, but quintillion is, if you imagine a million, right? So a quintillion is a million, 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 million. Or give or take a million. It's a lot. I mean, it's more than, if you look up at the sky and you look at the stars, it's infinitely more than the stars you can see in the sky.
If you think about the number of molecules in a glass of water, it's more than the number of molecules in a glass of water. That's how many there are. But the way they manage to do that is by using procedural algorithms. So they don't actually have to store all of that. They only have to store the things that have been discovered. And the things that have been discovered is only basically how many people have played times how many things they've discovered. That's it. It's quite simple. It's a hell of a lot lower. It's like infinitely lower than what is possible. But what they do is for every new planet that gets discovered, every planet that's discovered has some unique identifier that applies to it, and they use that unique identifier to generate every single thing on the planet. And Elite is just the same thing, but it was done 30, 40 years ago. You know, it's 35 years ago. It's the same thing. Yeah, the number of possible moves in the chess game is also insane, and this is what amazes me about the chess grandmasters as well. The fact that a chess grandmaster can look at a game and still beat. All right, I mean, chess AI now can beat grandmasters, but the fact that they can still compete fairly closely to modern AI is incredible. You think about it, right? You've got 64 squares on the board, and each one of those 64 squares contains so many different pieces, right? There's what, 4, 5, 6 pieces that can be in that square. You've got the 3 pieces plus the 2, the king and the queen plus the pawn. So there's 6 different pieces that can be in that square. That's 64 to the power of 6. And then it depends on the configuration of the rest of the board as well. So it's an insanely huge amount of possible moves that they can do, and yet somehow people couldn't actually think like that. So actually, you can create incredibly large randomness from 8 bytes. You don't need many bits at all. If you think about 8 bytes, right, you can multiply each one by itself, right? But 8 times 8 times 8 times 8 times 8 to the power of 8 is a huge number, and that's using a very small seed to generate, 8 bytes that generates an incredibly large amount of universes. Anyway, right, I'm gonna take a short break for 5 minutes. I've done absolutely nothing for half an hour. I'm pretty much saved on this, so I'm pretty confident this is good to go. Thank you everybody who's joined the stream for the coding. I'm sorry there's not going to be any more coding tonight. We're gonna take a look at PC Engine shortly after this. Nobody suggested a particular game, not that I've seen anyway. I'm going to take a short break for 5 minutes, then after that we'll have a go at the PC Engine games. Alright, so I'll be right back in 5 minutes, guys.